Hello, everybody. We are back with a new stream. It is Friday night. We were here last night on Friday night. Time means nothing to me. I didn't go to bed until the sky kind of looked like that on the other side of things. So we're doing great. My name is Emmerron. We are here tonight, unlike last night and Monday night, where we were dealing in Cyberpunk something. Today we're dealing with some proto-cyberpunk. We've got the Blade Runner tabletop RPG. Originally, the plan was to play the Electric Dreams starter mission that comes with the starter kit for the game. That was before I knew that I was not going to be a player playing it yesterday, which was the original plan that I thought I was signing up for. Today, as a result, we will be running something that I've rolled out of the book, essentially using the roll tables. I've got a framework. I know the kind of evidence we're going to be using. I know the basic events of what we're going to be pursuing. This is all going to be done theater of the mind. This is going to be done using Foundry. So everything here, in other words, is going to be a bit scuffed because I've never played Blade Runner before. I've never run Blade Runner before. I know of Blade Runner. I've watched Blade Runner. I have read this book enough to feel comfortable running it, but we're all going to learn together tonight. So I hope you all enjoy that. I hope you all have a good time with me and my crew here. So let me go ahead and connect up with the crew here. So we are going to use our Cyberpunk Neon Inferno background because I do not have a separate one for Blade Runner here that I can use. But that is okay. We are going to be the Inferno playing Blade Runner tonight. So I'm going to transition us over to that screen now, and we will meet everyone. Also, quick note, Connor, did you change your reactive image? Yeah, the Inferno's pronouns are she. It's me, I'm the Inferno. Yes, Maya. Is Connor, are you there, my friend? Oh,
hi, Pop. How you doing?
Hello.
Connor, you are muted.
There we go. He's not anymore.
Me? Oh.
Yeah. Connor, you didn't change your reactive image, did you, for the stream?
Oh,
here?
my lord.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Amateur.
It's okay. It's right now your after image, and you'll just be switching the cyberpunk aesthetic slightly. I just wanted to be clear who is who when we start going through stuff here. So, Maya, I'm going to take your token off the board, by the way, just so that way when we start things off here, everything's
Get removed. Okie dokie.
Yep. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and switch us over now, guys. Thank you. All right. So if it was at all wondered if this is going to be scuffed or not, we're already starting great. So tonight, we, like I said, are playing Blade Runner. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, we in real scuffed hours now. Oh yeah, this is not a game that I am nearly as well acquainted with as I'd like, but I want to become better acquainted with. And so we'll have a scuffed run today and hopefully a better run when I can run Electric Dreams later on, because I would love to play this right. But tonight we're just going to try it out. We're going to see if this works, and we're going to have a good time with it. So with that said, let's get this party started. So Blade Runner is, first and foremost, for those of you who are unaware, a kind of proto-cyberpunk franchise that was very popular in, well, I mean, it's been popular since the 80s, at the very least at like a cult popularity level. But it's also one that recently got a sequel, I believe about a year or two ago. It also got an Amazon series that was based in the universe as well. So it is a story about investigators, essentially, that are trying to solve crimes that are centered around things known as replicants. These are basically designer humans that were designed initially to be slave labor on off-world colonies. The year that this is set in at this point is 2037, in a hyper-grown, polluted dying Los Angeles. The Earth is a polluted hellscape. That doesn't sound familiar at all. Doesn't sound anything like real life, I promise. It is owned by mega corporations. Again, no resemblance to reality. And LA now extends as far north as San Francisco, as far south as San Diego, and has a massive seawall along the west coast to prevent the ocean from overtaking it as sea levels have risen. So this is the world that we are going to be playing in. It is polluted. It is scummy, grimy. This is a neon noir, steam, neon light, smoke, polluted rain, and, a little light in your umbrella, carrying stick, are what we have for this world. So to begin with, I'd like to introduce us to our players and the investigators, or the Blade Runners, I should say, that they will be playing. So to start from left to right here, first we have Fox Rage 02 playing JL2-7.80, a replicant who goes by the nickname Percival. He is an analyst and will be doing that good stuff tonight. So Fox, welcome yet again to another stream here.
Hi.
We will be joined then also by Maya, who is playing our other replicant, who goes by the very catchy name FN9-2.39, better known by the far less catchy name of Fenna. She is going to be a doxy, a master social manipulator, as part of the force. Hello, Maya. Welcome back, as usual, to the stream here.
I'm gonna dox everybody.
Probably accurate. Next, we have my good friend Robert, who will be joining us as an enforcer, who are master killers and brutal bodyguards for the Blade Runners. He is playing a human woman by the name of Welson Bacher, who is a war vet of the off-world colonies. Hello, Robert. Welcome to the stream.
Hi.
And then finally, last but not least, we have my good friend Connor here, who has joined us for a guest on Neon Inferno several times, who is, playing Willem Novak, our human investigator, I believe, if I got that archetype right, or excuse me, inspector. I'm so sorry. I missed it on the right side of the sheet there. He's playing our human inspector, who is a vet of the LAPD Blade Runner division. And he will be playing with us in that capacity for the night. Welcome, Connor.
Glad to be here, my good man. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, good to have you. So let's get things started here. So you all are, living your lives as Blade Runners within the city here, pretty much completely, living the good, in air quotes, I should say, good life that any citizen in 2037 can expect. Lots of very synthetic food, lots of pollution. The skies outside are overcast and drizzling lightly with rain. And as you all wake up, many of you may just be waking up to the sound of your knowledge integration assistant, or KIAs, which serve as a sort of communicator for Blade Runners, ringing off the hook. On the other end is Holden, who is the deputy, it's the deputy chief for the Blade Runners with the LAPD. He is your commanding officer. So he is giving you all a call on your KIAs. And to each of you, he said, "We've got a live one. New case just popped in, and we need some pros to work it. Need Blade Runners. Expect all of you to report here within an hour. Don't make me wait." And with that, message given, heard, Each of you has access. So let's talk about your kit, basically. So on each of your character sheets, it's kind of described what you have to an extent. One thing that you have open access to as well, as part of your kit, is a police commissioned spinner. Spinners are kind of like small sedan size, think like police cars, except they also have the ability to fly. So they by and large trivialize travel between parts of the city, and you can pretty much get anywhere you need to go in a matter of just a few minutes, from one part of the city to another. So you guys would be able to, get in your spinners and fly over to the LAPD division for a briefing, essentially, by Holden.
Hell yeah. Well, if it's only going to take us a few minutes, then on the way, I'm going to get breakfast noodles, because I always like to start off a good day of work with a good breakfast.
Good breakfast. Highly nutritional, nothing problematic at all with some
Highly
good old
nutritional
starch.
cardboard ramen.
I'm pretty sure. Is it, just to make sure, it's pronounced Wilson, right?
Wilson, yep.
Yeah, Wilson. Okay. Wilson is going to be nursing an Irish coffee. It's more Irish than coffee. Having just had another argument with her partner, Hayden, for like the 7th time this week. And is also going to stop at a different noodle shop, and she accidentally orders some like lunch noodles.
That's how they know you're a tourist.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I'm an officer that hasn't slept in like 2 days.
Yeah, true.
As the age-old saying goes, time is nothing except for a construct, unless a case is brewing, in which case it's all very important. Please keep track of it.
Yeah, everybody knows that one. I was taught that specific exact phrase in preschool.
Yeah, I know you were. Yep. No, I have full faith. So that being the case here, so you two are on your way. Percival or Willem, do either of you have anything you stop off and do on your way in?
No, I'd like to think I was married to my bottle the night before.
Yeah.
So I kind of wake up and, since I'm a veteran of the force who's seen some shit, I, probably was having some nightmares the night before, but I get up and I kind of shake it off as usual and then slowly put myself together, holster, trench coat, obviously, because we're in Blade Runner, and then, read the message finally and go on my way.
Yep. Cool.
For my character, Percival, I like to imagine, because from what I read on his blurb, that he would have already been awake, because he seems like to be the up and go, I'm like always on time, always punctual, so he was already up and getting ready in the morning, so it wasn't any inconvenient for him, so he's already on his way. But I would like to just point out, I love the location, Piss Alley. What a great place on the map.
It's got some of the trendiest eateries in the whole city, actually. Not even joking.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It is
I
fantastic.
also need to add an addendum that I petted my secondhand animoid cat, Mazarin, on the way out. That is very important.
That is important. Petting the cat is important. Yep.
Did you thank the bus driver?
No, I flew there with my little personal car.
That was a joke for Fortnite.
So with that, and then I believe that covers everybody. So you all arrive and report to Holden's office.
I think it's that's my fault, sorry.
No, you're good. So you all report to Holden's office, where he has already got like a report that he's been poring over. You can see it's, one of those kind of like things that you see at a briefing pretty commonly as Blade Runners, where generally he's starting to get the facts in from something that had happened probably during the night while you all were either asleep or out doing what you do to unwind. And as he is kind of looking through the paperwork and sees you all walking in, he motions to several chairs he has sat across from himself for you all to take a seat. And he says, thank you all for coming in. So last night, it appears that a replicant took a dive over the seawall. And while their body landed on the dry side, about 4 stories down, and they're not, with us anymore. The problem is we don't know why they were knocked over. And so we aren't certain who's done it. We aren't sure how this has happened. All we know is that the initial reports we're getting in from the bits of data we have gotten from the first responding CSIs and things is that this was one of the Nexus 8s that went missing in the blackout. As you can imagine, Wallace Corporation is already breathing down my neck, making sure that no one hears a word of this outside of, all of you. So I am bringing you all in to figure out who or what caused our replicant friend to take a tumble over the seawall, and do so very quietly. This makes the press. We will have some very serious conversations. I hope I make myself perfectly clear about that. Now,
Yes, sir.
Now, the information we have so far is the replicant, from the identity we've been able to scrape off of the pavement underneath the seawall, went by the name of Lily. She was a entertainer in the some of the bar districts of Sector 5. She worked at a bar named Napalopo. Beyond that, her boss, as far as what we've discussed with him so far, has no idea of any foul play. No one seems to know who would have done something like this to her. She didn't seem particularly unhappy. Obviously, being a replicant, she hasn't, and a hidden one at that, she hasn't subjected to any kind of baseline testing, so we don't know how put together she was, but from the description that he's given us, at least initially here, it doesn't sound as though she was particularly disturbed, stressed, any of those things. So you've got your work cut out for you all. Does anyone have any questions?
Has there been any other potential issues from this Napalopo entertainment area, or is it?
No. None, at least, that have involved replicants. Obviously, you've got your drunken people that go in and out. I'm sure Willem, as he looks over at Willem, would know something about that with his bloodshot eyes and breath smelling of whiskey at 8 a.m. But that's the only kind of trouble that has come out of there, at least recently.
You said we've already spoken to her boss and her coworkers?
We did an initial assessment. Nothing too extensive, so if you want to bark up that tree, certainly can. My initial orders are to report to the seawall docks where our friend took her tumble and see what you can find there. Beyond that, obviously just keep it quiet. The media, I'm sure, is probably already barking at some CSI officer's face, so the quicker you get there, the better. And, save them from the inevitable hawks that'll be circling above head. But aside from that, yeah, that's our only leads as of right now.
Understandable.
Any other questions?
So,
Do we know the approximate time she took her fall?
Well, we haven't got the full CSI report in yet. They wanted to preserve the crime scene at least as best they could. They found her. The report came in about 2 hours ago. So pretty much as soon as I got the report that we were dealing with a replicant, called all of you. And yeah, at this point, it's only been about 2 hours estimated since she was found. We don't know how long she'd been there, but it doesn't look like she's really decomposed any. So can't have been more than maybe a couple hours, what I've heard estimated.
So it sounds like our first step is to go to the seawall.
Yes. Get there before the media really gets into a frenzy. Secure it. See what evidence you can find. And then, you know, and he kind of grins at all of you, do the old Blade Runner thing. Chase it down, figured out who did this, what caused it. If it was suicide, if it was, I don't know, foul play, or something more nefarious. It's why you all get paid the big bucks.
Understood.
But with the low profile, right, boss?
Low profile. Wallace doesn't want anyone knowing this was an N8. No one needs to know about the fact that, you know, Blade Runners are looking into this for any other reason than there's a suspected replicant involvement. People will believe it just like they always do. And the words escape his lips on that, he actually looks over at Percival and Fenna and he says, well, I know you understand what I mean. Old habits.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
And so he says, well, there's no other questions for me. Like I said, quiet, thorough, and report in once you have something for us to go on.
Copy.
Yep. And so with that, he dismisses all of you. And from here, we kind of begin to open up into the wider world. So let me go ahead here and show you all with tokens here where we are located in the world. And I will reveal this beautiful map of Los Angeles to our viewers here. All right. So we've got Willem Novak. So we are all at the LAPD headquarters here. Let me see. I want Wilson here. Hold up. For some reason, my screen is being goofy. There we go. And
Oh, I
Hey,
just
Charlie.
saw the Wallace Corporation buildings up there that are even bigger than the Tyrell Corporation ones.
yeah, Tyrell is not nearly as big after. So where we are in the world here is at the pretty much dead center of Sector 5. The bar district is pretty much just south of here. But yeah, was there a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, do we have any sort of background with one another in this game? Like, I'm guessing since we're all on the force, we've probably worked together, at least know of each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, you guys would probably at least know of each other, even if you've never worked a case together before. You're all part of the force, though. So, I mean, you guys get called in. And just because, you know, you're dealing with a possible threat here that, you know, could involve something more nefarious, and an N8 to that. That's why all four of you have been called in to ensure that this is done right and that all of you are, you know, here to kind of do the job well as a team.
I mean, as a quick fun thing, if you read your character's biography, it might have something like mine, where apparently Percival has a reputation within the force of being like a perfect analyst. So, yay me.
Yep.
Mine says that I assumed we had worked together before because my biography specifically says that I would be willing to die for this squad.
Yeah. So some of you may have worked together before, and that's the thing. So like, I know Willem and you probably have history, Fenna. So
Yeah, probably.
yeah, like you are, but remember, you as a replicant investigator here you are only about a year old, right? As far as from the time that you were created. So
Oh,
yeah, so like this isn't a group that you would have physically spent much time with, but you probably had your memories programmed at least to have that high degree of empathy, even if you don't have a ton of lived experience to contextualize that. You definitely have that strong emotional attachment to the group you're with. And like I said, several of you may have worked cases together before, even maybe as a whole unit. But you're all called in for things involving especially tricky replicant cases.
So
Cool.
as we start to leave the police department,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to, for reference, there's 2 replicants and 2 humans on the team, right?
Correct. Yep.
So I'm going to take kind of a somber look at the replicants and just let out a big sigh, kind of feeling sorry for what's going on. And I'm going to start heading towards the Napopo,
Right.
however you spell it.
Yeah. So you're going to be heading for, let me pull my note back up here. So it's Napalopo. So that's NAPLOPO.
Okay, so I spelled it right on the first guess. Cool. So,
Yep.
yeah, I'm going to be heading, and I let everyone know that I'm going to go bark up that tree, as the captain said.
Yeah, so you would be down here then when you get there.
No, we probably want to drive, don't we?
Or fly. Drive, fly. It's kind of
Yeah,
the same
exactly.
thing. Yep.
So I'll just light up a smoke and just say, who's driving?
well, I figured we would all take our own cars because it seems like we definitely want. We don't want to let the crime scene go too long. So I feel like at least the analyst should go to the crime scene. But I figured I would go to the bar so I can talk to the coworkers and stuff, and then maybe Connor, you go with. I don't remember everyone's character names.
Yeah, so yeah,
Percival, that's right.
Yep. Fox is Percival, Connor is Willem.
Okay, yeah, so Willem goes with Percival then.
I'll just say, I'll see if I can find you anyone who got in good with the locals around here.
All right.
And then can I see if I have any connections to Napalopo, and have any kind of information that I might be able to get out of there based on people I know?
So so skill checks in this game are not quite the same as they are in Cyberpunk or in D&D, where you kind of roll and the dice determine it. If it's something that you'd reasonably know and it's not like an active thing that you need to be kind of pursuing, even in like a passive manner, I can just tell you kind of what's going on with that. So as I kind of suggested during the briefing, you do know Napalopo. It is one of the bars that you tend to frequent during your downtime. So you are actually pretty familiar with the people there. If only in knowing who they are, if you don't really talk with them as much. But you at the very least do have some familiarity with the bar. So that'd be your call in terms of how you want to kind of navigate that. This now newly revealed N8 that they found at the seawall that worked there. You may be familiar with who they are as well. So you might be useful in either place because you may have some context that maybe the rest of the group wouldn't have either way you go.
Okay, cool. Let's see if I can't find Fenna, someone to potentially talk to. So I'm going to kind of search through my mind, like anyone I know who I can trust their discretion specifically. and kind of say like, I have someone who might have a few questions for you. I need you to keep a low profile while you speak to them. I'm sure you know what you're going to be speaking about.
All right. So you want to test your connections that way, in terms
Yeah,
of...
exactly, and see if I know someone who I might be able to get, to discretionarily speak to Maya and divulge information in a way that doesn't scream like, "Hey, Blade Runners are here to investigate the thing that happened."
Sure. Let me really quick here. I am scrolling through something on my book here. Give me 2 seconds. Just because I want to check how this works for skills.
So that way I can keep better track, because it's hard to remember these characters' names. It's Wilson and Thenna going to the bar, and then it's Willem and
Percival
going to the seawall, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so to give you a context to our context to the connection skill, Connor. So the streets of LA are your hunting grounds, and knowing them is key to doing your job. Roll for connections when you want to hear the word on the street about something when trying to find someone out there in the urban jungle. The case file or the game runner will determine when a roll for connections can yield any useful information, and if so, what. Using skill in this will typically take a shift to complete. So it's more for like an active resourcing of that. So in context of that, I'll have you roll your connection here without needing it to take a whole shift, essentially, since you're not going to be part of that active investigation on the ground at Naplopo. So if you want to go ahead and give me that roll here.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
All right, very cool. Yep, so you got 3 successes. So you are able pretty quickly, probably because you were just there last night, to come up with a few ideas for Fenna. So the first person that comes to your mind is an old military veteran going by the name of Will Samuelson. So he is, like you, a frequenter of the bar. And he always seems to know things that are happening, right? He seems very well informed. And anytime that, in the rare cases, you kind of blend work and relaxation and have come to him for leads on other cases, he somehow always seems to have more information than your average just passerby on the street maybe should have. So that is the first thought that comes to your mind. The second one here, and again, I'm kind of toggling between my notes here. The second one would be an actress that kind of regularly stops by the bar after her shift. So usually on those nights when you can remember closing the bar down. There's a woman by the name of Ava Polakov that comes in there, who, similar in some ways to your replicant comrades here, is, that kind of hyper perfect human. To your knowledge, she's not a replicant, at least not officially, but you've always had your suspicions, and you almost wonder if she might know something. And so you're leaning a little more on your instincts with her than you are with Will, but it does give you at least some food for thought, like, hey, if you're poking around, here's some of the people that aren't their coworkers that you might be able to get something from, because they tend to know more than they, typically should.
And I wrote that down as Charlie was saying it, so you don't have to paraphrase it to me.
Perfect.
You're like, shut your mouth.
You can if you want. I just didn't want to make you feel like you had to.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And then, is there a third person or no?
No. So the critical success in this case just allowed you to be like really quick to the drop of like, here are the names. I know exactly
Very
who they
cool.
are.
So
yeah.
I give that over to Fenna. And then yeah, I guess I'll take everyone's advice and get in my car and drive over. But again, I think that I want to not park very near to the club, and I also might, since since I frequent it and stuff like that, and people know who I am, I think I might want to kind of wear some sort of apparel, like a ball cap or something, that would make it so that I'm not obviously Willem, obviously investigating this crime scene and stuff like that.
Sure.
So
are you, so just to be clear, you're going to Napalopo, not the Seawall docks?
oh, sorry, yeah. So I was gonna go to the Seawall docks, which are kind of close to Napalopo, right?
Oh, no. They're in a whole different sector. So when you go to the Seawall docks, they are over here in Sector 12, which is like way to the southwest.
Okay, cool.
So you're going quite a ways away. Yeah.
Okay, cool. But that's our plan, right, guys? Is for me and Mr. Forensics to go over there, and then you two to go to Napalopo, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. What's everyone's names real quick, just so I can write it down? Because I have Maya as Fenna, but...
Yeah. Then Fox is Percival.
Okay.
And Robert is playing Welson. So OEL
Okay, very
SON.
cool.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Okay, cool. So I'm going to move Fenna down to Naplopo. And I'm going to move the two of you over to the Seawall docks. So you all take your individual spinners. And I remind you all, you do have your KIA units with you, which are like, kind of all-in-one radio communicator and kind of personal computer. So you always do have the option to contact each other because they are connected more or less like satellite phones would be on an encrypted frequency. So you do have that capacity to talk with one another consistently. Yeah. So with that said, I'm going to start the beginning of. So we are going to just now be starting, for everyone tracking this, day one morning shift. So this is going to be the first shift of day one. So yep. So as Percival and Willem land in their spinners near the Seawall docks, just a short distance from the crime scene, you already both see that it's starting to be a bit of a zoo, right? The typical ambulance chasers are there. The media is, doing what the media does, trying to push their cameras in as close as they can get. Of course, the LAPD has put up a barricade. They've run their vehicles around the perimeter to make it as difficult as possible for anyone to get shots of the body or the crime scene investigators. And so as you both begin to walk up, you're both ambushed by a parade of media, cameras, microphones, the usual song and dance. And so as you all approach, one of the officers essentially comes out, pushes kind of the circus aside, and kind of gives you a way in. And as you all, or as you both, I should say, walk past the barricade they've set up, he says, "So it's pretty nasty. She took quite a fall. Initial reports show she landed pretty much square on her head. Bottom is rough enough that, well, you'll see." And as you walk toward kind of the place where this happened, the seawall, first and foremost, is not exactly a there's not a ton of safety measures taken to prevent someone from falling over. There's like a flimsy chain link fence run through several supportive struts that are welded to the top of the structure. But as you walk forward, you can see already where part of that chain link has snapped under the force of something. And you could see where a rudimentary set of ladders and such have been set up to allow access to the lower level of the seawall where the body is. And the body rests just below where this break in the chain link of the this chain sort of barricade is. As you both approach, I will leave it up to you now. How would you like to navigate investigating the scene here?
Is anyone over by the body right now?
So you have a couple of CSI techs that are, finishing, it looks like, packing samples into their various baggies and kind of carrying containers for transport back to probably the crime lab. But other than that, that's like the two of them, and they appear to kind of be wrapping their part of it up before you guys have kind of arrived here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'll walk up to the body and just kind of start to kneel down next to it and get a feel for what I can discover and glean just kind of looking at it here. So obviously you described, well, your NPC described, like that the victim fell head first. Mm-hmm. And there's not a lot of head left apparently. And then what are we kind of seeing now that we're actually seeing it in front of us?
Yeah, so they have constructed a sheet to make it harder kind of like to see from above, mostly probably to prevent the media from getting anything too salacious beyond what maybe they've already gotten before the police really arrived in force. But you guys, as you kind of climb down the ladder, both of you don't really enjoy the sight. It is not a good thing you're seeing here. Willem, you may have seen something like this before in, your years of service. And Percival, being an analyst, you've probably seen at least photos and stuff. If you haven't exactly examined this specific kind of a body out on the scene before. But what you're seeing here is you get low enough to the ground to see under the kind of the tarp or the sheet that they've kind of set up as a rudimentary shield from cameras above. You're seeing this body, which, the pretty much upper half of the head has been pretty violently scattered in pieces along the ground. Probably about their upper jaw downward, everything looks pretty well intact. But you're seeing fragments of bone, brain matter, blood all over the ground here. It's not a good thing. And so the techs, as you get down to the ground, they say, well, it's pretty nasty. So we'll leave you guys to it. Just wanted to keep her nice and, fresh as she could for you Blade Runners to do your magic. And they begin kind of climbing that ladder up out of the lower level here of the seawall.
Cool. Before I walk up to the body, I reluctantly put out my cigarette because I think that might, muddy the forensics a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I'll just kind of pop a squat next to it. And I guess, I'm going to look over what I can deduce from the body, seeing that I've seen quite a few of them in my time. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at fingernails to see if I see any blood underneath it, any, skin and stuff like that. Looking for bruises, looking for places where she might have been grabbed and things like that from the parts of the body that are intact. And then that's kind of what I'm doing at this time.
Sure. And Percival, do you want to go ahead and describe for me like what you're looking for on the scene?
I'm gonna do a a similar thing to him, see if there was any signs of struggles and stuff, but I'm also gonna specifically look if there's any form of injury anywhere along her body that wouldn't line up from falling, like incisions or cuts, bruises, because when you hit the ground you kind of go splat, but it wouldn't put a nice little cut along your forearm or something.
Sure. No, that's definitely pretty insightful.
You have to be alive to bruise.
True. Because that's all your clotting factors and stuff. So, so looking at this body, as you both kind of examine her, so you don't see, so Willem, specifically because you're looking under her fingernails and stuff, that was kind of the first thing you brought up. You don't see any skin or blood that appears to be like embedded under the nail beds to suggest that there was a struggle, or at the very least, if there was one, it wasn't very long lived. Because she doesn't appear to have much in the way of, defensive kind of indicators on her nails. You don't see any, similarly, you don't see any like cuts or lacerations that couldn't maybe be described by scraping the ground or the seawall, which is just giant reinforced slab of steel and concrete, that she may have, skidded against that on the way down. It seems pretty clear cut here that, if she went sailing over the edge here, it was unexpectedly. It doesn't appear to your eyes that she knew the attacker was coming. So Percival, as you kind of examine other parts of her body to ensure that there are no kind of unusual circumstances, the one thing you do see is what appears to be like not a laceration, but kind of like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Almost like what would have become a welt, where it's like that kind of like the skin wasn't broken, but there's definitely something resembling like a internal bleed around her waistline, where it looks like there's like a row. You can actually see, based on the markings, you can make out like the detail of chain links that would have been, kind of briefly embedded into her skin as she went sailing over the edge of the seawall, probably through the chain link above. You're kind of putting together.
From where I am, can I look up and draw a mental line and see if the chain link is fully intact or if there's a broken segment?
That's what I was describing above. There is a broken segment in the chain, because it's like one of those more like cordoned chains where it runs through a bunch of like welded metal struts to kind of add some rudimentary barrier to someone taking a tumble like this. But yeah, that's been broken.
I'm gonna Percival's gonna look up at Willem and go, I think we can rule out suicide, because someone who's gonna commit isn't gonna break through metal like chain link on the way down. They're just gonna hop it. And judging by these, I'm gonna point at the like marks along her waist. Looks like she was shoved kind of hard, if you ask me.
I just kind of nod. Do we know if it's okay to like pat down the body at this point, because forensics has kind of done their thing already?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You would assume, it wouldn't probably affect the sterility of whatever they tested, because that's why they came.
Nice.
Yep.
So let's see what's on her then.
Cool. So you go through. So she is wearing, and you kind of recognize this person as someone who would have been one of the bartenders and kind of hostesses within Napalopo.
Okay.
So she is, again, you know that Holden informed you her name was Lily, but you never really knew her name until that briefing this morning. But she's wearing what you would expect normally to see her wear pretty much at a shift in the bar. And your memory is fuzzy of last night, but you are pretty sure you remember her being there earlier in the evening.
Okay.
And as you look at her body, she's wearing like, pretty much a cropped top showing her midriff, and some relatively, modest shorts, that are kind of cut off at the kneecaps. In her pockets, you find basically her phone, but you also find a crumpled bit of paper along with her wallet.
Cool. So let's investigate the crumpled paper first.
Okay. So the paper is simply reading as a set of coordinates that more or less kind of intrinsically from having, again, kind of giving familiarity to this. It would have described the sea docks here. And under those coordinates, it simply says the ship comes in at 2 a.m. We'll meet you there. Yep. And the signature at the bottom simply says S.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let's take a look through the phone.
Okay. So the phone, as you might imagine, after following 4 stories with the body, is not in the greatest of shape.
Okay.
So looking through it, you do have a little bit of trouble because it does, seem to have kind of hit pretty hard. The screen's shattered, not entirely functional. I will accept a tech check to kind of bypass that because it isn't.
I'll hand it to Percival.
Okay.
Looking at what am I doing?
Get the damn thing to work.
Oh, okay. And I will now proceed.
Okay.
I do not succeed.
Cool. All right. Yep. So try as you might. This thing's pretty busted up, and may need some extra time later for you to really, get into it. But you do catalog it as, evidence within the crime scene. And so, then there is the matter of her wallet as well. So Willem, are you kind of digging through that as well?
Sure.
Okay. So, as you dig into the wallet, you've got her ID, you've got, typical kind of like payment cards, things like that. The one other thing that you find in the wallet is a photograph of of her, and next to her is sitting a taller, pretty well built looking woman.
Okay.
Yeah, and the picture is of them sitting. It appears to be they're just sitting on some kind of bench, and behind them you can see a couple of images that suggest they were in front of some kind of shopping center. And you think it might be part of either the Grand Central Market or somewhere nearby there.
Okay.
Yep. Actually, as you look closer there is a name on one of the stores behind them, which is Walter and Knecht being spelled Knecht, Antique Books.
Do I know where that is?
It's at the Grand Central Market, and yeah, if you were to consult like your KIA, you'd find it pretty fast.
Very cool.
Yep.
Okay. So then I'm going to say, to Mr. Percival, I'll just say, I'll leave you to it for now. Come find me when you're done. And then I'm going to walk back up of the makeshift ladder.
Yep.
And I'm going to go to one of the POs that I might know from the force.
Yep.
And walk up to them and say, do you know where the person is who found the body? Are they here?
He said the reporter was anonymous and they were long gone when we got here.
I'm gonna kind of look into the crowd and see if seems like there's anyone who frequents this area, so the seawall. I know that the seawall is more of like something you pass by usually, right? It's not like a living area per se.
Yeah, so Sector 12 as a whole, like the only thing that's really well known in Sector 12 is the LAX spaceport. Everything else here is like municipal waste, the docks, the warehouses that store all the goods coming in off the docks. It's very much like an industrial district for shipping and commerce. It's not for people kind of living and doing anything beyond that, extremely commercial, or if they're lucky, going off-world via the spaceport.
Are there any homeless individuals or anything like that who live around here?
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is the streets here are kept pretty clean unless something like this happens, and then all of a sudden the media shows up, which is by and large, you look out in the crowd, you're seeing all of the typical daily publications, news networks, that kind of thing. Like it's the
but
media
not a lot
circus.
of like civilian populace is here right now.
Right. Yeah, the crowd
Okay,
gathered
very
here
cool.
is pretty much just the media circus.
All right, cool.
Yep.
I'm going to just kind of open up that crumpled piece of paper then, and is there a way that I can map those coordinates in my little smartphone?
Yeah.
Or no?
Your KIA. Yep.
KIA,
absolutely.
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I'll map those. Where does that put me?
So it puts you just a short distance from where you're standing right now.
Okay.
So the seawall here is connected to a set of docks that would be where cargo ships would moor up to unload their goods. That would then be taken into the city to the warehouses and such further in the sector. So the walk you take is at most maybe a couple 100 feet down the docks. And again, the police have by and large just kind of walled this whole thing off. You actually do see the one type of person that you're seeing different than the media is there are a couple of dock workers standing there impatiently, kind of staring daggers into the police that are holding the cordon. And they have kind of walled off the entire docks for the morning here while they run their investigation. So it's a couple 100 feet down, and it leads you to one of the cargo ship slips where there is a ship moored up currently, named the Dahlia Rose.
Dahlia Rose.
Yep.
Are there any dock hands who are currently working or anything like that?
No, they've all been kind of held out of the cordon, and the ones that are there are kind of tapping their feet impatiently as the
gotcha.
cops are holding them off.
Cool. I don't want to get in the way of anything Percival wants to potentially be doing right now, but my next move is probably to talk to some of those workers in a moment.
Sure.
So if you want to do something, Percival, before I do that, though, feel free.
Coincidentally, what I was going to do is I was going to use my KIA to see if I could find any information about any ships, because I'm assuming you told me about the note.
Yeah, I would have shared all that information with you as I was kind of uncovering it. And like, yeah, showed you the crumpled piece of paper, showed you the picture in the wallet, all that kind of good stuff.
I would like to check a KIA if possible, if there's a registry of any boats that were supposed to dock around 2 a.m.
Sure. So digging through the archives that you have, so largely when you request for data from the kind of the city archives or the police archives, it goes through an automated, basically an AI agent that is on the basically the police switchboard to request those records from the appropriate, authority within the government or so. And they say the request is going to take us a while to process. We'll need to sift through the manifests and see what records we have. There's a bunch of ships and other vehicles bringing cargo in all the time. So they will, we'll get the record, but it'll probably take a few hours. So it'll probably take the rest of your shift for that information to become available.
Percival's gonna finally go, bullshit, you're just fucking looking at a number and telling me what thing to do, motherfucker. He's gonna get up and physically look over and see if he can see ships docked currently.
Yeah, there are ships docked, like that you can kind of see. And again, you're about 4 stories down, but even from down here, as you kind of look up where these kind of docks are, you can see the tops of several of the larger ships that are moored over next to the dry docks, essentially.
Couldn't just be one, could it? Okay. You gonna sit there and like grab his head, like nothing's easy. He's gonna take one last pass at the body and check the inside of her shoes for anything. Yeah, just because people like to hide things in their shoes. And also, this is gonna sound a little weird, but see if her feet are like fucked up in any way. There's a method to my madness. I don't have a foot fetish, I swear.
So when you say messed up in any way, what are you trying to test for exactly?
Something to have happened to her feet that wouldn't have been caused by falling 4 stories.
So you mean like if her bones in her feet were broken ahead of time or something like that?
Yeah, like just something out of the ordinary that doesn't line up with, this person fell down really far. So yeah.
Sure.
Especially because she landed on her head, which means it would make even less sense if her feet were just as fucked up as her head.
Sure. Yeah, so her feet are, if they were attached to a living person, you would say they're perfectly healthy. But yeah, they appear to be perfectly intact. Nothing really to speak of it that's odd there. The shoes themselves, so the one thing you are noticing is that there is a certain wetness on the shoes, as though like she had just stepped through water or something similar. And coupled with the fact that you don't smell like alcohol, like that pungent kind of alcohol vapor that you get off of like someone who's just drank, or like if you have an open bottle or glass of hard liquor, that ethanol vapor smell isn't something you catch. So it is something where whatever her shoes are wet with, it wouldn't have, you're surmising at the very least, it wouldn't have come from her like having gotten her shoes wet at work before she came here. It would have been probable that her shoes were wet after for some reason.
Neat. Glad I take the shoes. So I'm gonna, relay all of that information to Willem, and let him know that I've requested the records, and I'm gonna climb back up, and if possible, could I go to a location where I would have better tools to try and gain access to her phone? Maybe not like reactivate it, just pull information off of it.
Sure. So you'd probably want to go to the crime lab at the LAPD headquarters. if you're going to do that, just because that's pretty much where all that tech is located. If you don't have it on the field with you, that'd be your best shot. You would probably know.
Okay, and I'm gonna let Willem know that that's where I'm heading to try and get stuff off the phone. But before I do that, I'm gonna take just one quick glance around where the chain was broken to see if there's any blood or anything on blood, scrapes on the ground, maybe even rubber burns from a car or something, just around the area where the chain is snapped.
Sure. So where the chain is snapped, so you don't see blood. The chain itself just appears to be as though a rusted link maybe had snapped and fallen limp afterward. The chain just would have fallen limp afterward. So it just appears as though the body hit a weak link essentially and went flying over. But yeah, you don't see any blood. You don't see any signs of a scuffle. And again, it is lightly raining. So it's one of those things where that rain would have kind of just started as you were kind of waking up and getting to Holden's office. So you're not sure again, if the feet, being wet means a whole lot considering the rain has kind of started. That tarp should have protected it against that, you're assuming, if they got there a couple hours ahead of time. But I remind you of that as well. So there's not really any footprints to go off of either that you're seeing on the scene here. But yeah, no blood stains, no apparent indicators of people on the chain itself. Just the fact that it's snapped.
How rusted is the chain, just for record?
It's variable, but there are certainly as you kind of walk down the line of chain a little bit, some links are pretty corroded. As you might imagine, being right next to salt water, metal corrodes pretty fast. And it's not like this part of the seawall is that well maintained, because who's going to walk up on the seawall?
Sounds good. That's all I wanted to know. So I'm gonna head back to the crime lab and pass the talking stick to whoever you deem worthy.
Cool. So while Willem, as you're kind of walking over toward the ships there, I'm actually going to shift gears and go to our friends over in Naplopo over here. So I am getting you to the headquarters there. Bam. Fenna and Welson, you both land your spinners just down the street from the bar. This part of the city is, as you might imagine, at about 8 or 9 a.m. in the morning, not going to be particularly busy, right? It's the bars, by and large, stand empty, with the slight exception of this bar itself, having a couple of cops just finishing taking a report when you arrive there. And as you both arrive and walk to the front of the building with the rain kind of lightly sprinkling overhead, one of the officers looks over at you and says, "All right, so don't know what you're going to find that we haven't talked, but this seems like a pretty dead end to us. Not really hearing a whole lot about anything we care about here."
What was your report?
They say, close down the bar as usual. Everyone was out of here, staff included, by about 3 a.m. And as far as we know, the victim was still alive at the time that she walked out of here. So.
Sorry, I was taking notes.
Yep.
They said that she left at 3 a.m.
Yeah, the building was emptied at 3 a.m. Closed down, locked up.
So all of the employees and the owner can verify that they all left at the same time? There was no stragglers?
They all corroborated it, yeah.
Was there any security footage you could check?
I mean, we haven't tapped into it yet. Mainly, we're just here to get an initial report from the people who may have given them a reason to be suspected. But yeah, we haven't reviewed any security cam footage yet. No, you Blade Runner types usually have a little better access to some of that than we do, so we're leaving that for you to take care of.
Okay. Would Willem and Percival have you forwarded to us the information you found
So
at the seawall?
right now, you guys are kind of acting in simultaneous time to them in terms of they would have just gotten on their scene when you guys arrived here.
Okay.
So, yeah, you wouldn't have, because you would, if anything, you guys would have arrived here first because you were closer.
Oh yeah, because
to
we're
the
closer.
police headquarters.
Okay.
Yep.
Then I will do my best to roleplay that I don't know about anything that they just found.
Yeah, it's all good.
So at that point, Wilson is going to... I'm going to look at Thena and go, you can go ahead and head inside. I'm going to double check the area, see if there's anything, left behind, like any fragile bits or anything.
Okay, that sounds good to me. And Charlie, you can resolve that with him before we switch to me going inside.
Cool. So what are you looking for exactly, Robert?
Effectively, I'm trying to look around and see if there was any... I would say discarded napkins with really bad phone numbers on them, but it is effectively I'm just looking to see if there was any footsteps left in the mud or any muddy tracks of any kind, tire tracks, like anything that isn't from normal business traffic. So like skid marks, scratches on a dumpster from someone having a scuffle in the back, blood on a wall from someone getting their head knocked against to make them unconscious, kind of thing.
Okay. I mean, so the street here, it's part of the center of the city bar district. So, it's hard to really differentiate anything that should or shouldn't belong just because it is so well trafficked. So, any footprints here, you'd have, a billion others that are tamped right over it. So it makes any of them out on the street, at least, almost indistinguishable from another. Going around the building into nearby alleyways and kind of getting around back of where the bar sits, it gets a little less traveled, obviously, but you're not really finding a whole lot of anything that gives you cause for suspicion. Something you do notice are a series of security cameras around the perimeter of the building that do at least give you the indication okay, if someone was here, you have it on security footage. But the only people you really find in your whole kind of sweep are a couple of, very passed out homeless people that have huddled under makeshift tarps and newspaper that are kind of camped out along the wall of the building.
So I'm pretty sure the smell is atrocious, but I'm going to nudge one or two of them awake to see if I can ask them a question and see if I can get a coherent answer.
Yeah, and so the first one you kind of tap their foot to wake them up, and as they kind of come to, you hear them mumble something, and when asked to repeat themselves, they just kind of mumble again, and then promptly just kind of pass back out. They're definitely not there.
Mhm.
And you can see even like as you kind of like glance around where they are laying, there's one or two different bottles of what you recognize would be some varietal of hard liquor, judging by like the shape and color of the glass and label, if there really is much of one left. The second person though that you tap, as they kind of wake up, they look up, the fuck you want?
Hey, man. I'm just looking to see if any locals saw any funny looking faces besides myself here last night, if you can remember.
Who the fuck? And you kind of hear them briefly kind of gag and then promptly like vomit. You almost wonder if it's on purpose in the direction of your boots. And they glance up at you, say, and who the fuck are you looking for people in this part of town?
And this is where, from inside of her shirt, she lifts up her RDU badge and goes, "A Blade Runner, that's who," and puts it back, going, "It's just one question." And you said there was like 3 of them, right?
There are 2 or 3 of them, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So with this guy, I look at him and go, depending on how this first question goes, I might leave you alone.
All right. Very cool. Go ahead and roll me manipulation.
Well, this is gonna suck because I'm not good at this.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. All you need to do is roll a 6. It's easy.
If only I was with you.
Cool. So you talk with this guy, and he glances at your RDU badge. As a matter of fact, we can accept that roll. I'll have you make one more. This one with advantage because you are using your RDU badge. So I'll have you re-roll that with advantage because I should have mentioned that ahead of time. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. All right.
Well, there's a 1.
Yeah, there's a 1, but there's also a 6, so you're good. Because like I said, on a non-pushed roll, you're fine. You just roll it, and you've succeeded if you roll at least one of those successes. So this guy glances at your RDU badge, and he says, "Oh, fuck. Okay, fine. I didn't see much of anything. Pretty girl just kind of... Pretty girl walked by as I was camping out for the night. But other than that, I haven't seen shit."
And as you were laying down for bed, there was no unusual footsteps, because I'm guessing you and your buddy here camped out here around the same time. No other guys followed her in like a couple of minutes after she passed by?
Buddy, I don't hardly remember much beyond that, as you can imagine. And he kind of like glances over, and same kind of thing as his friend that you tried to wake up that just mumbled. You see a couple empty liquor bottles behind him. That kind of tells you all you need to know about that this guy's probably not going to be the most reliable purveyor of information.
So after asking the question and again at the sigh of disappointment, I realized that he got the splash of his innards got on my boot, so I rub it on his pant leg and I go, "Drink some water next time you need it." And I start continuing walking around the back to do a full perimeter of the building to come back to Thena.
Oh, you mean to Fenna? Okay, got it. So you sweep the rest of the building, and aside from just verifying that pretty much every side of the building had some angle from one of the cameras, you don't get the sense that there's really a whole lot more to be gained from the outside. Nothing seems to scream any kind of suspicious at you from the sides of the building.
So yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No. I was just going to switch over to Fenna because unless there was anything else you wanted to do before you head back inside for her.
No, that's basically as she's doing her thing. That's when I eventually come back around to meet her whenever she's done with her thing.
Yep. So inside, so Fenna, you walk straight in, I assume, while Wilson's doing her perimeter sweep. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. So you walk in, and inside the bar, I mean, it looks like a normal bar, right? This is not a particularly outstanding place. It is, by and large, just a standard, street bar. You may have even come in here once or twice because, like I said, it is largely frequented by the LAPD. Being that it isn't far from the headquarters, it's probably one of the nearer bars to it. So looking around, you don't really get the sense like there's any foul play here. Inside you have the owner who is just like massaging his temples. And kind of sitting down, having, only been maybe a minute or two since the reporting officers first got here to get their initial reports. And so, yeah, he's sitting there. Beyond him, though, there's like one or two other people in the building that you can kind of hear moving around in the back. One of them has just kind of walked back there as you kind of walk through the front door. So that is what you have for the moment.
Okay. Outside of my badge, am I identifiable as a member of the LAPD?
So I mean, you would likely get to make that choice in terms of because Blade Runners are by and large you might wear, because like let me check your sheet here if you've got armor or not. You do not.
I don't think I do.
So yeah, I mean you'd be wearing your average person's probably like street clothes or like a leather coat of some kind, but yeah, you really wouldn't likely be that distinguishable. The badge would probably be the only thing that really gives you a full send away as a Blade Runner or a member of the police.
Okay, because I don't want to divulge that Blade Runners are on this case yet, especially since they just talked with the regular cops.
Sure.
So I want to. And sorry, where did you say the owner was again? Was he behind the bar?
So he's sitting down one of the tables that's just a short distance from the bar. So he's basically just sitting down, and then you can see one of the chairs still kind of pulled out opposite him. Grimquests, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We are learning Blade Runner in the most scuffed way imaginable. I rolled up this random adventure for my case, I suppose we call it in this game, for my crew to run. So welcome. Normally we run Cyberpunk Red here on Mondays. I've started in the last week or two here running Cyberpunk 2077 challenge runs on Fridays. But if any of you want to stick around, hang out with us, enjoy the episode. We're kind of still just getting started with the first beat of the case here. So I welcome you all. Thank you for the raid there, Grim. Appreciate it. So now that I've addressed all of that, Maya, to answer you, the bartender where he's sitting, or the owner, I should say, where he's sitting is at a shorter table, like a pretty standard, not one of the high tops, but like a standard 4-seat table. And you can see one of the chairs still pulled out where you're imagining the police, likely the officers that responded originally, were sitting when they interviewed this guy. Because again, that's kind of his initial report, was that he was just getting corroborating, testimony from the people that were there. and getting like what they saw or did during that time.
Okay. So I'm going to approach him and take a seat at the table and be like, well, I was going to ask you for a drink, but you look like something's troubling you a little too much for that right now.
And he says, well, I mean, when cops show up on a morning after what seems like any other night and tells you one of your best bartenders are dead, well, it tends to put a damper on a man's mood.
One of the bartenders died.
Yeah, said they found her, God knows why, all the way over in fucking Sector 12. Bottom of some wall.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Genuinely. That can't be easy. I'll be honest with you now. I didn't know if you knew about that. I'm actually with LAPD myself. I have a couple more questions to ask you.
And he kind of looks up with like tired eyes that probably didn't get much sleep, being that, again, it's only like 8 or 9 a.m. And based on what he said, he left here last night at 3 a.m. So he says, I mean, it'll help you.
I'm sorry to probe what's probably a fresh wound. We just want to get to the bottom of what happened as soon as we can. So I just want to go over the basic questions. I know you've already answered them already. It's just to make sure, how you understand procedures can get in the way of things sometimes, but you still have to do them. From the report that my colleagues took, says that the night was usual. You closed at 3 a.m. and everybody was accounted for when you left at 3 a.m. Is that correct?
Yeah, everyone who should have been here, including Lily, everyone was here. And yeah, no one left any earlier than close. Locked the doors myself and saw everyone off to, their cars, or they were taking another, a little bit down the street. There are a few more bars that maybe are open just a slight bit later. One that comes to mind that I know a few of the people that work here like to go to. It's a place over. Let me actually check here, because this is maybe not as close as I thought it was. Yeah, no, that's actually not that close. He says there's a couple of places around here that, they might go for one last little nightcap or something to unwind. But yeah, I mean, when everyone left here, I had everyone, no one was missing.
And nothing about the night before that was remarkable in any way?
No, nothing. Just the usual faces, usual suspects, getting their drinks, the party goers, the, typical mischief makers, song and dance, place like this.
And Lily, she was acting normal the whole night?
Yeah, as far as I could tell.
Just give me a second while I take my notes, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
And at this point, would it have been enough time for me to finish my walk around the building to finally come inside?
Yeah. So yeah, you'd probably be walking through the door right about the time that Fenna is taking some of these notes down.
Mm-hmm. And
as I hear you open, I would wave you in and probably pull up a chair. And I'd say to the owner, like, this is my colleague, O'Elson.
You look as tired as me. Probably worse.
It's been not a great day. That is for sure.
So, I know my more astute partner and friendly demeanor of an individual is taking notes, and she probably started asking questions. But as I walked around outside, the homeless drunks that were outside, they remarked at seeing a pretty lady walk down the alleyway, which I'm assuming do you usually see your coworkers leave a certain direction, or do you usually keep your nose down and head home yourself when you lock up the bar?
I mean, most of them leave out the back because, all of the time card systems and things, punch in, punch out kind of stuff. It's all through the back. So usually they leave by way of the alley most nights. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's normal foot traffic for employees to, once they're done, leave through the alley and not mess with the rabble rousers.
Yeah, no, I mean, those drunks, they're harmless. Carl and his crew, they're not gonna hurt a fly. They're just, like anyone in this fucking city.
So, from your vague recollection, I'm pretty sure the other officers that were here earlier this morning asked it, but did you happen to think or see any out of place shapes of people that were here towards the end of the night? I know there's a potential of a Mr. Samuelson or a Polikov or whatever else because they come here, but any other random bodies that seemed very much out of place and intent on watching people?
I mean, I genuinely... And he kind of like stares at you for a moment, and you just see the fatigue on his face. Like, it's just written clear as day. He is exhausted. And
from his exhaustion, I would assume it's safe to derive that he's being very forthcoming. He seems genuinely devastated. Internally, I'm thinking I don't really see any reason. I don't have any suspicion that he's lying to us in any capacity.
No. Yep.
Yeah, before he can even finish an answer, I'm gonna stare. All right, boss. You look very tired, so I'll let you rest and think about it for a couple of hours, and through the KIA or on a napkin or something, I give him my direct contact number.
Yeah, so it'd probably be on a napkin. The KIA is more of like your internal communications within the department.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's call me or send me info about what you can think of and remember potentially after you've rested. The only thing that we would like to do, and then we can get out of your hair, is there a place...
I did have a couple more questions I needed to ask first, but...
Okay, then at that point, I will leave you to your questions. Can I go see your security tapes?
Yes, absolutely.
If that's okay.
Absolutely, yeah. No, John and Sam, they're back, probably, getting that all prepped up. And he's like, again, just kind of rubbing his eyes, and he looks up. He says, "They were after your friends from the force came in, they started getting the footage scraped off and loaded onto data disks so we could give it over to you guys. So they might be partway through that already."
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome to go back there and check with them, see what you can see. Absolutely.
Yep. And I'll be sure to leave you with my partner for the last of her questions. And I'll start wandering through to find the security office or whatever.
Yeah, okay. And so I'll let Fenna do the rest of her questioning then here before we go back to the tape. So so Fenna, what questions do you still have for the owner here?
Okay, so my next question would be, and I'm going to be getting into personal details. I understand this might be comfortable, but the sooner we get this information, the sooner we can find out who or what could have possibly led to the accident. The first question would be, were you aware if she was in a relationship with anybody?
I mean, she talked sometimes about an older sister who was off-world fighting on one of the colonial military groups. Said she was coming home sometime soon.
Okay.
But yeah, I
Um,
mean, she got along great with all her coworkers here. Usually were pretty friendly. One or two of the regulars. I mean, she was pretty well liked by all of them. But yeah, as far as I know, not a lot of family to speak of other than this sister of hers that she talks about every so often, because I know she's looking forward to seeing her.
Okay, that makes sense. And then she wouldn't have divulged to you any signs of mental instability, depression, anything of that nature.
No, not Lily.
She was a happy person.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's, the grabby cops come in every so often. You got your, like I said, typical mischief makers, rabble rousers, all that kind of shit. But, even when they showed up every so often, John, one of the guys that your buddy's going to go check in back there with, this pretty big guy, they got up in her face, got a little too grabby, and one or two of them, maybe they didn't have the best hand function by the time they left.
I understand what you mean. So sounds like she, at least here, she had some sort of support system that she could work within.
Yeah, I would say so.
And has she worked here for a long time?
It's not too long. Been what? About, I don't know, 6 months?
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking notes.
No, I appreciate your note
writing
taking.
down.
I could just imagine, like, I need a Maya note taking emote. That's what I really need, because then we can just.
I'm not even like typing. I did not even typing these out. It felt more appropriate to get a pen and a sticky notepad. So I'm writing these down on sticky notes and sticking them to my monitor as I go.
No, that's chill. I love it.
And then my next question would be: did she divulge what she did before this? Was she always a bartender? Do you know where?
I mean, said she was. Just said she was, new into this part of town. Didn't get too deep personal or anything, but we needed some more hands after that blackout really fucked with some of the things around here, and after that shakeup, we were short some hands, so she showed up toward the end of probably us rehiring, but we still need a couple people. So,
is he referring to like an electrical blackout, or like the blackout that wiped who was a replicant and who was not?
The blackout, who's a replicant, who was not. So
I didn't realize that was something that happened recently. Okay.
Yeah. So the blackout was within the last couple of years. So it's not so recent. But the fact was, like, it was a pretty major societal shakeup when it happened. So the fact that, they're still feeling like the repercussions of that a couple years later, it's similar to how businesses are still somewhat feeling the end of repercussions from, like, the pandemic. Now that, like, most of those restrictions have lifted in most places, but that's like a newer thing. That level of relief is a newer thing. It's like the city is kind of just finding its footing again.
And you mentioned hardship after the blackout. Did you have a lot of did you have a lot of workers who had to leave because of it? Did you find out any of them were replicants?
I mean, we don't tend to ask a whole lot of questions. I figure you could sling whiskey down a bar, you're good in my books. So, I mean, after the blackout, it was kind of chaos for a little bit, right? I mean, with City Hall being right here, and they locked it down pretty hard around here. So got pretty hard to run the business. Cops come in, and usually we just ran on whatever staff could afford to be here. But I won't lie, you and yours made it real fucking hard to be a business owner's close as we are to the center of things here.
I imagine. I've only been with the Force for a year at this point, so unfortunately I can't apologize on behalf of people I didn't work with at the time, but I'm sure that did cause a lot of genuine disruption to you. Let me just go over my notes here.
Yep.
Did she reveal anything else about her personal life outside of work?
Mm,
Like any hobbies? Was she really particular about crocheting? Anything like that?
I mean, only thing I can think of, not really a hobby, but I know she mentioned that she was staying a short couple of blocks away from here. So her apartment was probably, I mean, I know you LAPD types live just a short distance north of here, and I'm led to believe she somehow scored an apartment nearby one of the complexes, place by the name of Venderton Gardens.
Venderton Gardens? Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. I think you've given us plenty to work with, and I think I've probed you long enough, and you deserve some rest. And then I would write my number down on a napkin as well, and be like, if you can think of anything at all that seems pertinent, even if it doesn't seem pertinent, any information, please feel free to send it over. We'll be in touch with details when we can, but of course you understand the nature of ongoing investigations. There are a lot of things we are not at liberty to discuss.
Yeah, no, I know. And he tiredly grabs kind of the napkins and, stuffs them into a pocket and just kind of sits there and he says, you and your friend, whenever you're done, will lock on up. So just let me know when you guys are leaving.
Will do. Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah. And with that, so yeah, let's go ahead and talk with Welson here. So Welson, as you walk past Fenna and head into the back, you see two, you hesitate to call them both men. One of them is definitely a man, very much built like a tank and could probably snap a neck if you tried him too hard. He reminds you of some of the people you saw back on the, off-world colonies fighting in your division. The other guy is, probably scarcely out, like if college is a thing he's attended, he's probably scarcely out of it. And, pretty lanky, thin. And they are huddled around an aged computer terminal. And next to it, you see a neat stack of data disks that are, writing, they're writing data to. So as you walk in, how do you want to kind of handle this?
Well, seeing as they're busy, it is going to be a kind of polite but kind of rude, very loud knock on the nearest metal door or door frame. Just kind of a bunk, 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 bunk.
Yeah, and they, the shorter one, kind of jolts up and looks back and says, "Fuck. Oh, I haven't slept enough for that. Don't do that."
And I got at least your attention.
Yeah, and John, the bigger one, says, "Sam, quit your bitching. Just keep writing the fucking discs." He says, "How can we help you?"
Hi, Detective Baker, LAPD. So that's Sam. And what's your name there, sir?
My name's John.
All right. So judging by Poindexter over here, you look like the bouncer kind of type. Am I right?
You could say that. Yeah. I tend to like to break hands when they go where they shouldn't.
Makes a lot of sense. I've seen a lot of that happen myself. It's sometimes okay, sometimes it's not, but that's not why I'm here. So, since you are more hands-on with watching things, if I could ask you a few questions before I start loading all of these data disks into my bag for us to take back to the headquarters and watch. Were there any other bouncers with you here tonight? With you last night watching it, or is it kind of a solo gig for you?
I mean, you know, we do take shifts, but yeah, last night I was the guy.
Do you potentially not recognize a familiar body or shape that was floating around? Maybe watching Lily, maybe watching other bartenders, and not so much a drunk watching, kind of lusting after people, but a intent kind of strange watching. Like they sit there with a glass of water kind of watch.
No, nothing like that.
And I assume by this point I would have finished my questions and met up with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Back.
you're probably still kind of wrapping your questions at this point, because this has been while you're kind of wrapping your line of questioning with him.
Okay.
So, he says, you know, it wasn't someone looking at her, but I remember there's one guy. I'm sure the cameras caught him, but one guy slipped a piece of paper or something across to her when paid for his drink. But you know, I didn't think anything of it. You know, little cutesy love notes or something like that. It's not my business to really pry. But that's really the only thing I can think of from the whole night that stands out as even a little odd.
And from that action, did Lily look any kind of off initially or anything like that?
No, she, as far as I remember, she tucked it into her pocket along with whatever tip the guy left.
All right. And I know you all of you guys left around the same time of 3 a.m. Did you happen to potentially see anyone kind of go off in an odd direction more than normal? Like anyone walk a different direction down a sidewalk or go down a different alleyway than normal?
No, nothing like that.
All right. Then at that point, I'm going to kind of lower my head to try and see the screen to see what they're currently looking at.
Yeah. So, I mean, what they're just doing is just dumping. You see an interface up on the screen that basically gives them like a length of time that they've just kind of stretched out to be like the last 24 hours. That is writing onto the discs, but it's not giving like visual. It's not showing video feed.
Okay.
It's just showing like the parameters they've set for dumping the data.
Okay.
Yep.
So at that point there, John, the last thing I would want to know, is there any noticeable things about this man? Was he cleaner than others? Did he dress nicely? Like just generic descriptions that we
Yeah.
can keep an eye out for when we watch the tapes ourselves.
I mean, dude looked like pretty average guy, right? Came in, jacket on, you know, hood at first, dropped that as soon as he was out of the rain, and yeah, sat there like any other guy. Nothing too notable about him. I mean, I think about it though. He did have this one very specific kind of, I don't know how to describe it. The dude had a scent to him. Really pungent, kind of cologne. You know, some of the cops who want to come in here and talk up one of the girls or something, they might do that kind of thing. So I didn't really think much of it. But I mean, it's something. It smelled like, you know, really pungent kind of cedar wood, you know, kind of like you get cigar smoke whiskey kind of vibes off of it.
All right.
Would I be here at this point?
Yes, you would have probably just arrived within the last minute or so to hear that.
Okay. Cedarwood, whiskey / cigar smell.
All right. So obviously through camera feed, we won't be able to smell. So at that point, John, I'm going to go ahead and pass you off to my partner Fenna here, just in case she has any other questions. And this is when I get a little too close to Sam, seeing that I can get a reaction out of him, and go, "You, what were you doing here last night?"
Just serving drinks. That's all I do.
So you're another bartender, huh?
Just drinks, glasses. Yeah, I mean, run stuff to the tables. A little bit of food. That's all I do.
So then how often did you have to work with Lily?
I mean, it's pretty regular. I guess, like.
And I'm sorry, this is Sam who's talking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty regularly. I mean, we, you know, I really liked her, you know? I mean, she was always real nice, and shit, man, I haven't quite worked out quite yet that she's, you know, gone, man. I was hired here, I don't know, maybe a month ago, and she showed me the ropes.
Okay.
Damn good at what she did too. Fuck. And like you could see, like he's just going through it because like he didn't expect to wake up when he woke up today. He didn't expect to be the one like forced to like do all this, be questioned. Yeah. So he's having it. He's having a time.
But like,
So
it's a genuine, like, someone I looked up to is dead sort of nervousness, and not a, oh god, the cops are here nervousness.
Let's have you roll me a thing, Fenna. Let's have you go ahead and roll me. I want to double check kind of which skill group this would be best attended to. Here we go. Go ahead and roll me insight.
Okay.
And as to describing of what I'm doing, like obviously I'm too close to Sam, but seeing as he's getting all jittery, I take my hand and I gently put it on his shoulder, and I kind of like rub it like, "Hey man, I'm here as a buddy. I know this is rough."
Yeah. And he's like looking at that arm of yours and like just kind of like shaking a little bit, and he's like, "Yeah, no, you know, it's gonna take a bit."
And I'm pretty sure at that point he sees, because Olsen had like her jacket kind of shows off some army tattoos on her forearms.
Yep.
And this is definitely like I'm trying to comfort him, and I do get a kind of rough vibe off of him that he's probably, if I ask one more hard question, he's probably not gonna last. So I'll wait for Fenna to make her insight roll before I ask my question, regardless of what the result is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me that insight, Maya.
You got it. Are there like roll abilities as part of like your?
No,
'Cause I'm like
actually.
the neat. Okay.
There we go. All right. So you do roll a success. So with the insight that you're kind of gaining is you're paying extremely close attention to the way Sam's behaving here. You get the sense here that fear is the predominant emotion that you're getting from him. And while it's not clear to your eyes so much whether that's because you're LAPD or this guy's just having one hell of a bad time, one thing that you do get a sense for is that as this guy's been like slowly breaking down, especially as Wilson touches him on his shoulder, you get this just very almost imperceptible, but again, you are really good at this. You get these little beads of sweat that are just starting to break out across his brow that kind of signal like this guy is nervous.
Okay.
So the last question that I would have had prepared for Sam is,
Yep.
Since you're kind of the runner in the establishment, just like I asked your friend John, while you were running around last night, I know you saw a lot of faces, but was there any person that you could give more details on? I know John mentioned this man with an odd-smelling cologne that was watching Lily and passed her a paper at some point. Could you possibly give me any more descriptors on this one guy if you served him at all?
I mean, I think Lily was pretty much the only one who did anything with him, served him anything. He was sitting at the bar, so, you know, maybe I picked his glass up and ran it back after, but that's about all I would have done with him.
Okay. Makes sense. But about how many more hours or minutes is the rest of this video feed gonna take you guys to upload, or are we good to start taking this off your hands?
I mean, any kind of glances up, he says, yeah, just I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
Alrighty, boss. And this is when it's not the super hard shoulder pat, like, yeah, I know you're bullshitting. It's the, hey man, I know it's rough, like pat, rub,
Yep,
like,
yep.
like, you rest, man. Like, I'm legitimately worried about him, but I know,
Yeah.
just the general feeling of him being scared of me is throwing him off of his game and not giving good answers.
For sure. Okay.
And so I have two things I want to ask. First, I want to ask, this will be to either of them. Do you have any physical descriptions of the strange man who gave the note to Lily? Like color of his jacket, color of his hair, color of his skin, how tall he was, anything.
I mean, John probably saw him more than I did. And like Sam kind of continues just kind of like looking more to the screen as he's kind of checking the upload status to the disc. And John kind of like folds his arms and just looks at you and he says, yeah, I mean, came in big, dark leather trench coat, something, I don't know, either really the lighting isn't exactly kept on full when people are in here. So I would guess dark brown or maybe black. The hair color, dark, either probably black or brown. Skin seemed like it was maybe a little bit darker than, you know, the kind of pale skin that, you know, you might see from someone who's inside all the time. And he kind of glances down at Sam, who's like just this pasty white kid. He says, you know, a couple shades darker than him, but, you know, olive, maybe a little darker.
Dark-skinned or tanned?
I would say it didn't look tanned. It looked more like he just was a like darker complexion, maybe Middle Eastern or something.
Or potentially like an olive skin kind of color there, John?
Perhaps, yeah. It's, again, lighting in here isn't exactly what we would say it's the best.
Okay. olive skin. Then
Well.
I just have a couple more questions for Sam here. John and Owelson, would you give me a minute just with him?
Yep, sure thing. And at
And-
this point, I've gone through half the pile, loading the current data disks into
Yep.
like a bag.
Yeah. No, definitely. And the last of them actually finishes kind of writing as soon as Fenna calls for like, okay, give me a sec with Sam. And so Sam looks away from the screen now, and his eyes are giving you Fenna. He's giving you some vibes right now. That is like he's really afraid, hearing that you want to talk to him alone. And so he hands over the last of the discs to you, Wilson, and John looks down at him, says, "Kid, it's fine. It's fine. It's not like any of us did anything to her. You know, chill, man." And he walks out with Wilson, and he leaves the door open. At that point, what do you want to do here, Fenna?
I would close the door. I don't want
Okay.
anyone. I
Yeah,
want privacy.
It's definitely a thing, as I let John leave before me while I'm getting all the data disks secure.
Yep.
And then I leave after him, and I catch up to him, and these will be after Fennis questions for Sam, so that way it's continuity. But I tap John and I go, I know we're done talking about Lily and last night, but kind of want to ask you about Poindexter in there.
And he kind of like grins. He says, "Yeah, I mean that kid is one of the new hires. I don't know that he understands exactly how it works around here quite yet, but he's getting it eventually."
And I'll go through those questions after you do.
Sure. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Fenna, what question do we have for Sam?
So the first thing I'm going to do is say, give me just a moment. I need to update my notes. And then I would use my KIA to... I'm assuming you can send some kind of like text message through it.
Yep. Yeah.
I would send a text to Owelson, be like, he's scared, gonna press him.
Okay. Yep.
And
Just so
it's
like she
just
knows
a-
what I'm doing.
It's just a simple copy. Don't break him.
And so then I would, if there's like a chair I can pull up to be next to him, I want to be at his eye level.
Sure.
basically.
Yeah.
So
Because
I
this
wanna
little
just-
security office just has a couple like little swivel chairs in it.
Yeah, so I'd pull up a chair with them, and then what I would do is I would just like look him in the eyes and be like, "Hey, listen, kid. I get it. This is a new situation. It's terrifying. I can't imagine what it's like trying to adapt to a new workplace after only a month, and then having the person who's showing you the ropes die. But you don't have to be scared. You can tell us. You can trust us. You can trust me, specifically. You can tell me whatever it is that's worrying you, and I am trying to manipulate him.
Oh, I know you're trying to manipulate him. I hear that loud and fucking clear from you, Maya. Yeah, roll me that manipulation check, please.
Oh.
That is unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Would you like
Alright.
to push?
Yes, I'm going to push the roll.
Oh.
We do get a success out of that. So you will suffer a point of stress as a result of that pushed roll.
It already took it from the character sheet. That's so cool.
Very cool. All right. So
Yeah, I'm manipulating this terrified kid into telling me stuff. I get it.
Yep. So you definitely feel as you like push him for this information, you feel pretty bad because you are getting the sense that some of this grief is definitely genuine, and you feel like you're giving him, even if it's a very kind version of it, you're definitely giving him the third degree to a bit here, right? Where you're pushing him, isolating him, and there's something about that doesn't sit great with you. But all the same, because you're thinking like, well, what if it was one of my teammates that was at the bottom of that seawall instead of Lily? What would I be doing? I'd probably be just like this guy. I'd probably be a mess. I'd probably not want to see the sun for 3 days. And here this guy is 5 hours after the end of his shift talking with us, sleep deprived as all hell. What the fuck are we doing here? But yet, despite thinking all that, feeling that, you push on. And so this guy just says, and he kind of looks, he says, look, and he kind of is like tapping on the desk in front of him. He says, I don't want to be presumptive, but I mean, you seem really nice. And, I get the sense like you're not really human. So maybe you'll understand. I just want to be safe. Just want to be fucking safe.
Safe from what?
And says, I mean, you got to work with Blade Runners, right? I mean, like, shit, man.
I know a couple Blade Runners, yeah.
I mean,
is that what you're scared of? The Blade Runners? Or are you scared of replicants?
I'm the Blade Runners. And he's like sweating hard now. Like he's like almost to the point of like incoherency. As he's kind of like looking across from you and like doing everything he can to avert your gaze, because he's just like completely sweating bullets at this point. Yeah.
I am getting the feeling that he might be a replicant. Is there any way for, like, I mean, obviously I'm a Blade Runner. What do I do to figure that out?
Yeah, so to be comprehensive, he'd have to take a baseline or a void conf test, which is like a full-on machine that you probably don't have. I mean, you don't have like a VK machine with you or anything like that. To be certain, you'd need one of those things, though, to get a sense. If he's a Nexus 8 and doesn't have a personality profile on record, then it would be an incredibly challenging thing, minus a void conf test, to like detect him.
Oh, that's right. Because I can look and wait. Do we have no? Because I thought the database of who wasn't a replicant was deleted.
Only for the Nexus 8s. So anything before Nexus 8 is probably dead because they programmed lifespans into them. So he's either a Nexus 9 like you, if he is a replicant, right? He's either a Nexus 9 like you. He'd be a Nexus 8, which no database exists for. Or he is a very nervous human that for some reason does not like Blade Runners.
Okay.
But you do know, and I will remind you of this point, that Holden did brief you on the fact that Lily was a replicant.
Yes, I know Lily was. That's why we're involved in the first
and
place.
He said like she showed me all the ropes here. So like the fact that he's nervous about Blade Runners and that you're starting to be able to piece a couple of things together in your mind,
Okay.
like at least theories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, this is fun.
This
Okay.
is a very fun game.
I'm really enjoying this. Okay. So, how long does it take to run a search of like the database of Nexus 9s for like a personality profile? Is that like a shift?
It'll probably be a shift, yeah. But the AI at HQ can run it for you passively. So it's not something you would have to spend time doing. It's something that the the DG can help you do.
Okay.
Yep.
So then I'm just gonna go for it.
Okay.
I'm gonna like reach out and gently grab his hand,
Uh-huh.
and I'm just gonna look him in the eyes and be like, "I'm a Nexus 9."
And as you grab his hand, his pulse is racing. Like this guy is like having probably something approaching a full-blown panic attack at this point. And he says, I mean, you know what it's like. You know what it's like when they look at you like you're nothing, like you're just a fucking like appliance in the corner. And fuck, I didn't know. I didn't know. And then Lily, I mean, fuck.
Hold on, Sam. Breathe with me. Okay, ready? We're gonna take some breaths together. Breathe in. And out. Yeah, one more.
Okay. So
I do understand.
So Lily, when
Your secret is safe with me.
I appreciate that. And I will tell you this right now, Maya, just as a player, and Fenna would know this as well, right? If you suspect a Nexus 8 is out there, you have a legal obligation to report it to Blade Runner headquarters or be reprimanded. So there is an obligation to report when you find a Nexus 8.
But I don't know what kind he is yet.
We don't know what kind he is, but you are definitely all but pretty much confirmed at this point that he is some kind of replicant.
Yeah, and he knows it. He knows it too.
Yeah, he's aware of it. And so he said, yeah, I mean, I just, I showed up here looking for some way to make ends meet. I mean, I don't want to live like, and he kind of glances at the door. I don't want to live like those guys out in the alley. They're shit, man. I've seen some things in the city that no one should fucking see. And Lily was just so kind. And I mean, she introduced me to a couple of her friends.
Her friends?
Other replicants. People that said they could help really make sure that, we could live like real people, the normal lives, regular lives in the city, hidden. No one had to know what we were.
What were these friends' names? They might help us find who did this to her.
They didn't really go by full names. I mean, I remember there were two guys. One of them was here last night. One of them was the guy who slipped the paper to her.
Okay.
Guy goes by the name of L. At least
just the letter?
That's what he called himself. Yeah. L. The other guy that she introduced me to, I mean, he wore a mask. I couldn't really make him out. Said it was, privacy. Made sure that it'd be harder to, identify him if, this morning ever happened. Guy went by the name of, or the letter, I should say, of S.
So S was the one that was here to give her the letter.
No, that was L. L was here to give her the letter.
L gave her the letter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And all this happened within a month.
Yeah. I mean, I actually I ran into Lily outside of the job, and you know, she, I guess, took pity on me. Said no one should have to live in a box. Help clean me up, make me look presentable. And yeah, got me in here. Showed
Where
me
did you meet her?
I don't know, some corner not far from the housing blocks. Just north of here, I was just, you know, one of the huddled masses. Begging for change.
Okay. So from the things he's told me, I kind of get the vibe that he's trying to live under the radar,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which
definitely
would
that.
really strongly imply that he's a Nexus 8 whose identity was lost in the blackout.
Yep.
Which means I fucking lied to him when I said your secret's safe with me because I'm legally obligated.
You're legally obligated, yes. And if anyone ever found out that a Nexus 8 went unreported, then you would be in pretty big trouble.
Yeah. So for my personal knowledge, what happens to a replicant if they're on this list?
I mean,
what happens on when you're known that he obviously so very much wants to avoid?
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of horror stories regarding Nexus 8s. A lot of them are subject to immediate retirement because they are largely seen as less stable. They're not seen as, you know, trustworthy in a lot of cases, simply for the fact that, well, I mean, they exist outside the system now, right? So typically they go and get retired.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so the other thing too, because I'm pulling up the details on Nexus 8s real quick here. Because they have here we go, replicants, Nexus 8. So yeah, so it was presumed until recently that the N8s were exterminated. Recent scourge by Nexus 9 Blade Runners has revealed just how many N8s evaded retirement and hid peacefully among the populace for years. After the blackout, it was nearly impossible to track out the now invisible N8s living in the city. Surely the underground smuggled many out of the city, but untold numbers of N8s continue to hide in plain sight in LA and its outskirts today. It's very possible that the person who cooked your food, built your roads, or took your trash was not a person at all. And a bunch of N8 counterfeits also arose during the Prohibition, and they pose a true threat. These counterfeits continue to thrive in the black markets. They pose a true threat to public safety. They often possess the same physical power as the real N8s, with little, if any, of their sophisticated intellect and emotional stability. So yeah. And you're definitely getting the sense that this guy is not emotionally stable right now as you're kind of pressing him.
Yeah. So basically, I'm legally required to report that he's most likely a unregistered Nexus 8, and he's going to get retired after that.
Probably, and because you are a Blade Runner who has found him, the obligation not only is to report, but to probably do that apprehension yourself and take him in.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
I wish I didn't figure out he was a replicant.
You're a Blade
Well,
Runner.
the evidence is inconclusive at this point.
You've got the culpable deniability, but in your heart, you definitely understand what this is. And even without checking in with the DG over in headquarters, odds are pretty good that this guy is definitely going to be a Nexus 8. And it's probable even that
He's one of the black market ones.
Well, Lily was a Nexus 8. We know that. And we know that that these two people, L and S, were associated at least with the underground or something akin to it, at least, right? Some sort of underground replicant driven movement. So the odds that all of these are maybe N8s or some counterfeit of them, if they aren't N8s themselves, like true N8s themselves, is not unthinkable, right?
Yeah. Also, just a quick question. You said that L was the one who dropped off the note.
Yes. L was the
earlier
one,
you said that the note was signed by S.
The note was signed by S. Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting confused.
You were not.
And that was the way it was. Okay. Understandable.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Well, especially because the whole point of the reason Fenna enjoys her job is because she's trying to make the job better, or make the city better, even for replicants.
Yep.
And retiring this poor fucker isn't really making his life better. So my next question would be, do you have any way to contact her friends? Have you been in contact with them?
I mean, usually Lily was the one who would tap me for things, and well, I mean, she's gone, so I haven't heard from him since that happened. Last I heard, she said her sister was coming home soon, real soon. She sounded like it was maybe just a couple days away, and she was talking about this, I mean, just yesterday, maybe the day before.
Was your sister a replicant?
I can only imagine.
Okay. So he said he doesn't have a way to contact the two of them now that Lily is dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to report him.
And probably attempt to apprehend him, if it is possible. Apprehend if possible. Retire if he resists. Yep.
Fuck. Fuck. I didn't want to do this.
I love it. For those of you at home who don't know Maya in real life, she is not a huge fan of the police. So
No, I'm not.
So the fact that this is happening to her is beautiful. Honestly, beautiful. I didn't expect this, and I love that this has happened to her.
Okay. So
So while you grapple with what you're going to do there, let's go back over to Willem, okay?
Yeah,
So,
let's do that.
So
Jesus
Willem,
Christ.
I know it's been a bit here, so I apologize for that. Connor, I appreciate you taking the time and chilling here. So Willem, you're walking over to those cargo container, or the cargo ships rather. And along the way, you're seeing rows and rows of cargo containers that are lined up that have probably been recently offboarded from the ships. So as you walk over past all of this, what would you be looking for? What would you like to do?
Yeah, so in the coordinates, there was that boat that was docked right where the coordinates were. So
The Dahlia
I'm gonna
Road.
I'm gonna go up to the workers who are kind of waiting to go on their shift but being contained because it's a crime scene investigation.
Yeah.
Do I get a vibe for any one of them who looks like, they're in charge, or maybe even by bags under their eyes and stuff like that? Like, oh, this person has been on their shift for a while, so they might have known what was going on around 2 a.m.
So none of them look like they're particularly tired. None of them seem like they're particularly fatigued, as far as you can tell. They just look really annoyed that this has happened. And you're assuming probably because this would have happened, or the ship rather would have arrived around, like you're saying, 2 a.m. And now it's, probably about 9 in the morning. Maybe even by now, approaching a little later. They are very much just annoyed because they got here and this is what they arrived to, is the vibe you're getting. Like, none of them look tired.
Gotcha.
They just look pissed off.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to the boat itself then and start to kind of look inside of the ship.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the ship itself doesn't have a whole lot of interior space. It's mostly a giant, one of those cargo rigged ships. So big old cargo carrier for shipping across the ocean. And stacked on it are row upon row of cargo containers.
And just to clarify, this is the Dahlia Rose, right?
Yeah, this is the Dahlia Rose. Yep.
Okay.
That's the name of the ship.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. So basically it's a cargo ship that has a bunch of cargo containers. It's called the Dahlia Rose. And if I investigate the ship pretty thoroughly, like if I go to where, the main cabin is and things like that, or maybe where it's being piloted or maneuvered or whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sort of information on it, or is it pretty much just a boat with cargo?
Sure. So, I mean, to thoroughly investigate the whole ship top to bottom, it's probably going to take you the rest of the shift to do so, but you certainly can. So going top to bottom in this thing, it is... Let me look at how I want to do this real quick. Bear with me 2 seconds. So I'm going to just, again, go through skills real quick here, because I imagine...
How long is a shift again? A shift is 8 hours, right?
It's between
Or 6 hours.
Between 5 and 10 hours, depending on which shift we're talking, because some are a little shorter than others. But it's generally morning, afternoon, evening, night are your 4 shifts in a day.
Okay.
Yep, and you have to take at least one of them as downtime, or you will suffer stress. So let me look at... Go ahead and roll me observation as part of investigating the ship here.
Okay. Also, as part of investigating the ship, I would like to talk to the dock hands at one point.
Yeah.
So we'll do that in a second, I suppose. But here's the roll for observation.
Sure. Nice.
Oh, let's go.
That's a critical success. Awesome. So, would you like to talk to the dockhands first, or do this investigation of the ship first?
I suppose I'll talk to the dock hands first since they seem
Okay.
readily available at the moment.
Certainly. All right. So you walk up to them, and they're looking.
Yeah.
They're looking at you again, just pissed off. And of course, you give off that seasoned detective vibe that probably just
Right.
makes them all the angrier. And they say, "Okay, so what's the deal? Are we going to get to fucking work today? Are you going to let us back onto the goddamn dock so we can offload the fucking ship?"
I just strike the match against its box and then
Yep.
light up another smoke and look
Mhm.
at them. They kind of look past them. I just say, "Shift manager."
And the worker that was just cursing you up and down looks at you like quizzically for just a moment. "I'm sorry, what?"
Shift manager.
And he grabs a radio and just says, "Yeah, Paul, they're looking for you down here." And so this guy comes from you can see he's like sitting in some kind of vehicle, like a truck or some equivalent thereof, behind the scene here. And he walks down from there, as he's kind of looking out over everything here. And he said, "So I really hope you're calling me down here to tell me we can finally start fucking working."
And then I just kind of pass my cigarette over to him and see if he accepts it.
And he doesn't. He just looks at that. He says, "What I want is an answer, not a fucking smoke."
I put it back between my lips for a little bit, still kind of looking past him. And then I just say, "The Dahlia Rose, where does it go?"
I mean, fuck. What? That big thing? Yeah, that came in like middle of the fucking night last night. I don't know.
Around 2?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this is new shift. There was another guy here before me that would have seen that thing coming in.
You know where it goes or where it came from?
Shit. I mean, let me just fucking check. And he goes back to his truck, grabs a basically like a clipboard, and he just starts rifling through it, and comes back with it and flips it over to you to look at. Says,
Yeah.
Manifest says came from somewhere, probably the Philippines, it looks like. At least that's where it's registered. I don't know beyond that.
Okay. And then upon looking at the manifest, it does indeed kind of say that it is usually a cargo ship that goes to and from the Philippines.
Or at least it's registered there. Now, most of the Philippines is underwater, so they've got very little left to ship from there. You would kind of know passively, because just like much of the coastline here, a fair amount of that has all been drowned under the water.
Gotcha. So what kind of stuff can you expect to be being shipped from the Philippines?
I mean, so you do have the manifest in front of you, for the
Yeah.
ship. So, you can at least look down that. I don't know that you would necessarily know enough about the commerce that goes on your own to have that knowledge.
We'll ask him then.
Yeah. He's like what kind of goods typically come from there?
Yeah, exactly.
So he just looks at you and says, "I don't fucking know. Bits of scrap metal, salvage. Usually nothing too impressive. Occasionally you might get some old cars or something that they scavenged from the bottom of the ocean."
Okay. I'm gonna just go kind of silently turn around and start walking towards the ship and I'm gonna look through at least one cargo container to see if it's kind of consistent with what is being advertised here.
Yeah, so as you walk away and walk up to one of these cargo containers, you can hear, even though, you know, he's quite a ways back, you feel his eyes follow you, first of all. Second of all,
Right.
you hear this guy yell, hey, you need a fucking warrant for that.
I turn around and I say, "Oh, right, my fault. I got one right here." And then I reach into my trench coat and then I pull out a middle finger and start backing away towards the ship again.
And one of the cops who's holding the line literally walks over and like starts staring him down as and like you could kind of just see as you turn around that based on the body language, he's already kind of looking and like talking to him, probably doing the normal thing where it's like, hey, you need to calm the fuck down right now. He's doing his job. You stay put. Like, yeah. So you go over and you open one of the cargo containers, and inside you see some interesting things. So you see mechanical parts that normally, so animals by and large in the world are extinct. Replacing them are synthetic animals for the mega rich known as animoids. So
I have a kitty cat.
yeah, and so animoids are very expensive typically.
Okay.
One might imagine that if you started having failing parts in one, you'd probably need replacements. Except the bones and such that you're seeing would, you know, like the structural parts you're seeing in here, they look surprisingly human to your eye.
Wait, so it's carrying like human parts?
Mechanical human parts. Similar to those you'd put into an animoid, but like synthetic metal skeletons and things like that.
They got some cybernetics, yeah, Paulie. Okay, so I'm gonna take one of those, and I'll kind of actually just take a picture of it, and then walk back over to the man who's in charge, and just kind of ask him with a quizzical look on my face, does this resemble anything that you're used to getting in cargo containers that come from the Philippines?
And he looks at him, he says, I mean, what is it? Just a bunch of fucking tech. Like I said.
You don't know a lot, do you? And I'm just gonna look down.
Look, I don't sell it. I just move it around. Make sure it gets the right fucking loading dock so it goes on a fucking car that probably takes it somewhere in the fucking city. That's all I do here.
You have men who oversee each ship. Do you have assigned individuals to this ship here?
I mean, probably one of the crane operators would be responsible for unloading those boxes. Probably would have started in the middle of the night last night.
Who piloted the ship back here last night?
I mean, the ship itself, I mean, shit. I don't know, some Filipino crew probably. The crane operator who's taking them off, I could get that for you, but it's probably going to take me a bit because I'll need to talk with HQ, the Port Authority, figure that one out for you. I'm not sure. Not my shift, not my problem.
Okay. So yeah, I will continue for now to kind of just look over the ship, and I know you said that will probably take a shift, right?
Yeah, I'll take a shift to be really thorough about it. Yep. But we will use that observation roll you rolled, and you rolled critical on that. So, yep.
Sounds good.
Yep. So, going through the ship, because we can break that down right now. So you look at top to bottom. For thoroughness, you open a couple of the other crates, and several of them are more in line with what the dockmaster described, where they're either rusted bits or, half refurbished skeletons of old cars that look corroded by salt water, or, technical pieces for computers or machines of some kind. But you do find one or two other crates in your kind of cursory inspection of some of this that have very similar human, synthetic human bits in them. So looking through the rest of the ship, up in the I suppose you would say the cockpit or the bridge of the ship, where you normally pilot it from. There are, different documents, proving at least that it is registered in the Philippines, and it is, it really is called the Dahlia Rose. Those parts are authentic. The one thing that catches your eye as you're kind of going through things here, though, is you get down into the crew quarters, and you could swear that it looks like some of the objects out, let's say, in there. For example, there's a toothbrush in one of the bathrooms here that seems like it was just wetted recently. It doesn't look dry. It looks like it's still saturated with water.
How recently would you say?
Probably within the last handful of hours.
Wow. Okay, gotcha. So, and with my observation roll, I feel pretty confident that I am actually alone on the ship, though.
You at least, the toothbrush is making you question that a little bit, but
okay, gotcha.
You are reasonably certain that if someone meant you harm, at least, that they would have already shown themselves by the time you make that discovery.
So I'm gonna keep that to myself and kind of act natural for right now. I have one more question for Mr. Dockhand Manager, which I might just bellow from over there.
Yep.
And then I just say, what's the crane operator's name who works on this ship?
Told you I'm gonna need to get back to you on that. It's gonna take a bit.
Okay, gotcha. Because that's not his ship, so he wouldn't know. In all of those scribblings that were on, that were kind of just the documentation of the, the goods and all that kind of stuff, does any of the handwriting match the crumpled piece of paper?
So all of the, you mean the records you found up in the wheelhouse?
Right.
No, none of that matches the crumpled piece of paper.
Okay, gotcha. One more kind of just sweep of the place, keeping in mind the fact that I did find a recently wetted toothbrush and a sink that was not dry, even though it's been, about 8 hours or 7 hours now, since 2 a.m. And looking for spots where, an opportunist who wants to hide might think is kind of attractive.
Yeah, so you case the rest of the ship, and you don't see anyone, as far as you can tell. One thing that you do see just as you're getting ready to pack up and head out, is you hear a splash off the other side of the boat. that's obscured by the cargo containers.
Okay. I will run over there as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of like look into the sea from that side. See if I can't see anything through it. Even if it just ripples in the water of something that's recently fallen.
Yeah, so you do see like the sea foam kind of bubbling up of where it looks like something just fell in that was relatively heavy.
Does it seem like it's very heavy, or does it seem like what kind of impact do I kind of judge it to be, or is it kind of hard to tell?
It's kind of hard to tell because, as you might imagine,
Yeah.
the sea is not exactly still.
Right, for sure.
But it doesn't look like it was a massive, like it didn't look like one of the cargo containers went in. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I so it looks like something fell in, but I can't see what, and the ocean is like actively moving. How many seconds did it take me to get to this side of the ship?
Not too many. Go and roll me mobility.
Okay. Here's my mobility roll. I'm an old man. Yeah, I'm an old man.
You want to push it?
If I roll a 1 on either of these, there's a bad outcome.
You take a damage.
Correct. A damage. Shlabunga. Sure, I'll push it.
Ooh.
All right. You succeed, but yeah, you will take a point of damage.
Okay.
So, and that's already been deducted. So, you're good
Exactly.
there. Yeah, so you quickly like strain yourself getting to the other side. And the one thing you do see under the sea foam just as you get there, because you've gotten there just in time, is a set of very human looking legs just disappearing below the water.
Yeah, that's what I figured was happening.
Yep.
So can I take my KIA unit
Yep.
and just kind of like drop it and then dive in?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you jump into the water, and let me pull up a rule set here. Damn, this is all in the first shift. This is insane. You guys are doing really good with just your first shift of work. Holy crap.
We're good
Don't screw
detectives,
around.
and now we have to kill somebody because of it.
You guys are asking all of the fucking questions. It's incredible. So let me get this. All right. So all right. So as you dive into the water, just ahead of you, you see, what appears to be a man swimming just below the surface of the water.
Yeah.
And you are attempting to just catch up to and detain.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So with that, you are going to, let me see here. Okay. So I just need to check one thing here real quick.
Really quickie, little check. How does underwater combat work in the Blade Runner RPG?
No.
Questions you wouldn't think you would have to ask in your first session.
No. I know how this will resolve in that realm. But there's a whole system. There's a whole system of rules for chases, which you're in now.
Oh,
So-
that's
Yep.
cool.
Yeah, so I'm checking how we resolve the chase here, because you dove in pretty much right behind him as a result of that pushed roll that you made. So
Yeah, fuck myself.
so hearing you dive in behind him, this man looks up at you in abject, almost horror, you think, as this guy recognizes like, oh, this is about to get really bad for me. So
Didn't have brushed your teeth, chump.
So this guy pulls out a gun from the side of his pants. And he is going to continue trying to flee, but you do recognize he has a gun in his hand now. So I'm going to have him roll. So I'm going to have you roll a pursue check for me. So it's going to be mobility.
Oh God. Let's go for it. So let me ask you this, actually, Charlie. If old Willem, whose legs aren't what they used to be, unfortunately, were to see a firearm and respond to that, unkindly, would that forfeit me having to do mobility, but rather doing firearms?
You could make you could do stand and shoot instead. If you don't want to just pursue him outright and just shoot at him, you could basically stand and shoot would be the action. Yep.
Old crabby Willem with his back problems and alcoholism, plus a pack a day, if not 6 more, is going to try to pursue him. And then if that doesn't work out, you still got
you could start you can
the
draw
shooting skills.
You can draw the gat on him. Yeah.
Cool.
And,
all right, so
Cecilia,
here's my mobility check.
Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, there's just a first time chatter, so I want to say hi. Yeah, hello, Cecilia. Thank you for joining us tonight for the stream. We appreciate that you are here. Welcome. But yeah, go ahead and roll me that pursuit. So it's going to be that mobility check here. Ooh, nice. He passes on his
baby.
D6. That's beautiful.
Heck yeah.
Motivate Jackal, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So you get closer to this guy till you're almost on top of him. And him seeing that this is the way it's going, he is going to take a shot at you.
I should have just shot him.
So
that's okay though.
It's okay. So let me get the NPC.
The rules out for shooting.
Yeah. No, well, I know I just need an NPC. So.
I see. Do I get to do anything against a shot, or is he trying to me to DV to shoot me?
He rolls. It's the same checks, right? There's no defenses or anything. It's just he rolls to see if he hits.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Yeah. So let me non-player characters. Here we go. I need to take a look at something here. Give me just a few moments, everyone. I think we are going to take the one who made a homebrew for overclocking implants. Oh, welcome. It got recommended here. Well, thank you. I'm glad. Whoever recommended you here is wonderful. I really appreciate that. Overclocked cyber arms. Yes. No, that's awesome. But yeah, we're going to take just a quick break here because it's also been like 3 hours we've been live. So let me just put us on a quick break here, just because I will have to program a couple things here, and then I will be right back. Thank you all. Hey everyone, it's Emmerron here. I just want to thank you for watching the show here on YouTube. Like and subscribe, and go follow us over on Twitch, you gonk. We do a live show over there. We even chat with you after it's done. So come and join us Mondays, 7 p.m. Arizona time. See you there in the dark future, tunes. All right, everyone, we have returned. Thank you all for your patience. I know for me it was not, too long since you've seen me. It's been fun to chat about cats and stuff. So the players are all back here. We have a replicant here. So this replicant is going to shoot at you, Connor. So they are going to be firing at you. And we are in range. And rolling. Ooh, baby. All right. So they do deal some damage to you. So you will be taking You'll be taking 1 damage from that.
Whoops. I brought my health up by 1. How do I bring it
I'm
down?
healed by the lead.
Hold on, I can do it.
Oops, all health potions.
Oops, all health. Let me, because I can just do this and drop you to 3. There we go.
Cool.
Yeah, so that will take care of that. Yeah, so he shoots at you. You are now really close to him, so it's up to you how
Yeah.
you want to resolve this.
Okay, cool. So I have a couple of options then. Tell me what careful aim does, if you don't mind.
Careful aim. So, with careful aim,
Take time to aim carefully before squeezing the trigger. You get the advantage on your attack roll. Aiming, however, is an action in itself. You cannot aim carefully and fire in the same round. Okay, cool.
yep. So
Um,
it's going to be you basically skip around in order to take.
But
a
you get
better shot.
advantage.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And then if I grapple, we both fall to the ground. They drop the weapon that they were holding and cannot move. That sounds like a good thing to do.
Yeah. So basically, in the context of the water, because obviously you're both swimming, it wouldn't knock him to the ground, but it would knock the gun out of his hand.
Right,
so
exactly.
You'd both basically be struggling in the water, and you'd be able to get on top of him in such a way that the gun would be dropped.
Okay, let's do that then. I'm just gonna try to get the gun out of his hand and then incapacitate him for questioning later. So I will roll hand to hand, I believe.
Hand to hand, yeah, because you were trying to grapple with him.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. So if you click the combat tab on your character sheet, there's actually a grapple action you can just click on.
Nice.
Ooh. So that will fail unless you want to push it.
Well, seeing as I'm gonna get shot if I don't push it, right?
Or it would be shot at, but I don't know how if you'll take damage or not.
So tell me if when I push it, it's only if I roll a 1 that
Only
I'm
if you
going to
roll a
get.
1.
Okay, cool. Then I will push it.
Push it to the limit.
Oh.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's 2 1s, so that's not great.
Yeah, that's nuts.
So yeah. This dude is gonna continue shooting at you then.
I might just die here, actually.
You're getting the typhoon treatment.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm dead.
So you will suffer.
Wait, why is Percival there? Oh no!
I have no idea why Percival's there. Why are you there, Percival?
His bullet quantum imposed into my skull.
Yeah, so
That's how big this guy's crit was just now.
So with that, so you do take a damage, and
Which
then
puts me at 0 HP.
and then the crit is a 2, which is your hand is impaled. So as you're shooting back and forth with this guy in the water, he actually blasts your hand through. You were trying to grapple at him. So as you try to grab for his gun, it actually goes off into your hand, piercing it. So yeah, as expected, this is going to be, let me do the damage on you here, because I need to resolve. For some reason, I can't auto-resolve the damage as a thing like I can on Neon Inferno, but that is okay. So yeah, we will. Oh, that adds. Why does that add? It should take away. All right, there we go. So you are broken by damage. So what happens is when you are broken and then you suffer the hand
Injury,
impaled critical injury.
right.
So, injuries, hand impaled, disadvantages to firearms and hand-to-hand combat. And then you are broken by damage. So what that means for you here, I need to pull this up. So let me see. ranged combat. And then broken by damage. So if you drop to 0 health, you're broken by the damage. This means you fall down and are taken out of action. You can crawl and mumble through the pain, but you can't perform any other actions, and you cannot roll for any skills. You cannot go below 0 health, but each further attack that causes damage triggers an automatic critical injury. So your blood is just rushing out of you as this man has managed to like half drown you, and you kind of like float to the surface almost in a haze. And this guy takes the advantage of the situation to just start full on just like swimming the hell away from you, and continue running, seeing that you are no longer a threat to him. And that is where we are with you. So at this point, Willem, what would you like to do?
I guess swim to shore
Yep.
and I can basically do anything I want.
I mean, so you are broken by damage. So you will need to get some first aid, and it'll let you be back to normal. So as you are there, you kind of struggle your way to shore. The police that are there pull you up, and basically they call for you to get sent back to HQ, essentially, to receive treatment. Now, as far as this goes, I just need an NPC stat block here real quick. I'm just going to roll a dice based on something I see here. There we go. So, yeah, there we go. Uniformed LAPD officer would have... Because we're looking at a medical aid. So, yeah, they'd be looking at intelligence... medical aid. Yeah, so we'd be looking at I'm gonna roll this real quick. So roll D6 plus D10.
Never thought we would have this happen on stream. This is different.
Or D8. Here we go. Yeah, so they failed to perform first aid on you initially before getting you into a transport headed back to HQ, to the medical wing there. So you are taken back here. So this is going to eat up quite a bit of our shift here today, for you, unfortunately.
I imagine. He almost died.
Yep. So we are back at the LAPD headquarters. So while we're waiting for that, let's check in with our analyst here.
I get to do something. It's my turn.
It's your turn, Fox. I'm sorry it's been so long. I really am sorry. But yeah, you're up. So you wanted to analyze that broken phone, as I understand it. Yep. So go ahead and make me a tech check. And now that you are in the place here with better equipment, I will give you advantage on that roll.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I think I did it.
Percival, do you want to push that roll by chance? I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I don't think I rolled high enough.
I don't think you rolled high enough at all. So you roll that, and this time that phone cracks open easy. And you are able to pull it up basically on an attached system that lets you basically just pull the phone's operating system over and just start disseminating the information for yourself. So, loaded in the phone, there's not a lot of information here that you can glean. Any real meaning from a lot of it is just, like really basic calls or browsing.
We did just lose Connor.
Oh, did we lose Connor? Damn.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
There he is.
We unlost Connor. We found Connor.
Oh,
He's
great.
finally here.
I was having to Alt F4 because my shit was. Anyway, we're fine.
Good. I'm glad you're back.
That's how
Yeah.
powerful my tech check was.
I hope it doesn't happen again. Yeah, my stuff is kind of messed up right now, but hopefully it's okay.
Is it an issue with your PC?
Yeah, I randomly was like in a black screen. I'm like, this is weird. I should Alt Tab, and then I'm Alt Tabbing, nothing's happening. And I had Control deleted, nothing happened. So I had to Alt F4 everything, and one of those things was Discord.
Wild. Okay, but no big deal. You're back.
Yeah,
Um.
it'll be okay now.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of information on here that is extremely critical. There is some interesting information you find with regard to a series of phone calls back and forth to a couple of the same numbers. She has them listed in her contacts as L and S. But the phone calls themselves are obviously not on the phone. They are just records that phone calls took place between them. And these are over the course of about the last week that there were some calls back and forth with them.
Do they, by chance, use this? Do they, in the far future of whenever, still use area codes for phone numbers?
I mean, these are all within LA, so they would likely, if they had area codes,
Just
they would all
making
likely
sure that it
use the
wasn't
same.
gonna be like a fucking Philippines area code.
No.
Well, I'm obviously gonna I don't know, write that down on a notepad, like this information. No texts. I'm gonna check her internet browsing history. I don't know. Because I'm assuming with that check, I found almost everything immediately.
Yeah, pretty
Like-
much. Like you find it, and like it was surprisingly easy once you had the proper equipment.
Could I? Because this is something Google Maps does. So I'm wondering if it still does it in the future. Does it do the thing where it tracks where you've been with timestamps? Because if you didn't know, Google Maps does that. Surprise.
Oh, I do. It is very invasive.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. If it didn't, the Esper network, which is a network of cameras that the LAPD has throughout the city, very likely could help track her in that way. Because the Esper network is something you're familiar with. That is within the LAPD headquarters, so you could potentially track her whereabouts that way if you wanted to try.
I would like to, and like to use any information on the phone that might help, like correctly use the Esper network, because I'm guessing that's a lot of cameras.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's throughout the whole city. And
Yeah.
I remind you that city stretches as far south as San Diego and far north as San Francisco. So,
Mm-hmm.
a very big city.
So yeah, using like if her phone does store location timestamps or anything in coordination with the Esper network to see if I can form like a timeline and footage of her, maybe possibly.
So it doesn't have a lot of location data for her. That is unfortunately something it doesn't store. The good news though is, I mean, like if she's been in downtown and you know where she works, you have some data points already to start kind of basing your Esper network like construction to like build where she's been. As long as the
Okay.
camera was connected to the Esper network, you could probably follow her around.
Cool. Do we know what time she supposedly, like when she would clock off from her shift at the bar?
3 a.m.
Yeah, so Fenna would have found that was 3 a.m.
Okay. Then I guess I'll start scrounging around the Esper network around that time outside, like any cameras that have somewhat visibility of the area around the bar.
Okay, gotcha. So for that, let's go ahead and so plugging through her phone is probably going to take the rest of this shift. So we're now into your second shift of the day. So this will be like your afternoon shift going through the Esper
Ooh.
network.
I just want to mark it on my shift thing.
Yep.
Real quick.
No, you're good. Yeah. So this is going to be going through the Esper network, tracking her.
Yes. Oh god. Okay, whatever. That's good enough. Okay.
ESPER, if you were wondering
Yeah.
how it's spelled. Okay.
I guess I was hoping it was spelled like the actual word Esper.
Yeah, it is. So I just wanted to validate that for you. So with you going through the Esper network, go ahead and roll me an observation check.
Oh, well, luckily I am. Hold on, I spelled search wrong. There we go.
And-
Luckily, I'm also good at that.
And because you are using like the entire network combined with some additional information, I will give you advantage on this as well, because this is definitely
Ooh.
critical. Nice. All right. So you do construct a timeline of about a week worth of movement for her. There are several points during the week where she does fall off the grid, and it's usually approaching. She is seen in sector. Let me check my notes here, because I need to make sure I'm giving you the right information on this. Yeah. So usually she's falling off the grid for several hours after entering part of the Grand Central Market. You have a camera that's positioned viewing the front of a store called Walter and Necht Antique Books. And she
Wait a minute.
vanishes inside there for several hours at a time. And no other cameras pick her up during that time during the Esper network or at least that are linked to the Esper network. And then several hours later, she comes back out.
Okay. And
this
yes,
happens. This happens about 2 or 3 times over the course of the last week, with the last occurrence of this happening about 48 hours before she would, or no, it'd be actually closer to 36 hours based on time of day before she would take her untimely fall off the seawall.
doing a thong. And I'm aware because because I have it in my notes. I'm aware of the photo with her and the other lady, the
Yes.
much bigger lady outside that store.
Because you found that on her body in her wallet. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I have a lead. Okay, just out of curiosity, in-law question, because the dock worker mentioned, "Hey, you need a warrant for that." Do Blade Runners actually need to get a warrant to like search through things? Or are they above that?
Usually, your badge is a warrant in itself, basically.
Okay. That's
Ooh,
cool.
police overreach.
Yeah. The
We're not the police. We're Blade Runners. We're like legal edge runners.
The RDU badge is basically they describe it in the book as a skeleton key for most places in the city.
I just like to imagine Percival's holding the picture up to like the video, like squinting at it, like looking at the bookstore, like, oh, it's the same one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it definitely would tickle your little analyst brain to like know you found a lead.
Okay. I'm assuming, because this was going to take a while and stuff, it's around this point that Mr. Almost Died is being transported back to the precinct.
So you hear a little bit of commotion, by which, of course, I mean the intercom blares. Injury coming in on pad 5. Injury coming in on pad 5. Medical tech, please report. And that's gonna draw the attention. So I'm going to do one more roll for you here, Connor. This time it's going to be someone with a little more medical experience. So it's going to be
I was also gonna offer, in case this person fails, could I have Percival head over that way too? Because I am also pretty good at medical aid.
Yeah, because
So,
these guys,
just
now
an
that they
option.
have the right stuff. Wait.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't type the third 10. Hold on, let me roll one more of those.
F. I love when I roll F on a die.
Okay. So in theory then... Yeah, that is a success. Yeah, F is just a failure.
I know. It's just funny. My favorite number.
Yeah, cool. All right, so that's 2 successes. Okay. So Connor, you gain back 2 of your health as they wheel you into a basic infirmary in the HQ and basically staple your wounds back together and basically bring you back to health.
Nice.
But yeah, it is not ideal, obviously being broken. So that is going to stick with you. The thing you do remember is that the guy shooting back at you had bright blonde hair and fairly dark skin.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming Percival watches as he sees him coming and gets stitched up, because I don't know. I'm very good at reasoning things, as you can tell. But if possible, could I have Percival after he's been slightly managed, you just start rattling off all the information he's learned, not even bothering to be like, hey, are you okay?
He just dives into his full analyst, just like, all right, so here's what I got for you, Chief. Yeah, no. So Willem, you get yourself stitched back up, and no sooner are the sutures set in, and you're kind of coming back to health here, as Percival here just starts rattling off all of the information that he's discovered in the last 2 shifts that you've been struggling.
Very cool.
So, to finalize our morning shift, I want to go back to Maya.
Oh.
So Maya, you
Wait,
got this.
hold on. One quick thing. I just
Sure.
realized with a replicant, because certain forms of minor autism and stuff can be beneficial to how people's brain works. Does that mean with a replicant, someone could have tactical autism?
Probably, yeah. If they were designed to be an analyst, I would imagine that could probably be helpful.
That's what I was thinking about Percival when I read his thing. I was like, tactical autism. I just
Genetically engineered autism.
Hey,
exactly.
it works.
I am Sheldon, but not annoying.
That's beautiful.
Anyways,
so
I will let Maya have her dilemma.
Yeah, to wrap the morning shift here from Maya here. So yeah, Maya, you're sitting across from this poor kid Sam, who you have just uncovered is probably an underground replicant. And you haven't confirmed that he's an N8, but you have a very strong and logical set of suspicions that he's an N8. What are we doing?
We're having a panic attack. That's what we're having. That's what we're doing.
He was doing that earlier, and now it's your turn.
You know. Fuck. If he was a Nexus 9, then I don't have to do anything, right?
Right, if he's an N9, he's golden.
And how long would it take me to confirm whether or not he's an N9?
Probably a shift, but you're probably not going to be able to hang. He's probably not going to hang for a whole shift.
That's what I'm thinking. And I'm assuming part of my legal obligation is that I have to detain them until I can confirm if they're a replicant or not.
That would probably be prudent, so they don't go missing in this giant city.
Damn it! It means I have to take him into custody.
Yep, probably.
I've been scraping through my mind to think of a way I could be like, hey, I have to take 2 hours to figure out if you're a replicant. How far away can you run in 2 hours?
Very
But
far.
that's what I want to do. I don't think that's what Fenna would do because she's a Blade Runner and she loves
She's a
it.
Blade Runner.
She's like literally specifically lead negotiator, interrogator, and manipulator for the replicant detection unit.
Yep.
So she wouldn't give a shit.
Probably not. She's a master manipulator at making you think I'm your friend. By the way, don't mind this Black Widow venom.
Seriously. Alright, I know what I have to do.
You do. All right. So
How
what
many
are you doing?
questions the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to text my partner, whose name is escaping me, Olsen,
Yep.
and I'm gonna be like, he's likely a replicant. I need backup.
So, at this point, because I initially wanted to ask John about Sam,
Okay.
but
Yeah. We have time for you to give those questions to him before this would happen. So yeah, go ahead.
So it's literally just two questions. Like,
Sure.
so, one, how many glasses has Sam broken?
I mean, I don't think he's broken a single one.
Well, that's different.
I mean, kid's a natural, nervous, but he's a natural.
Mm.
And two, have you ever caught him, doing stuff thinking about Lily, because he seems that kind of guy?
No. Fuck. Fuck no. That guy is, I mean, he's nervous, but I mean, Lily's always kind. Everyone here liked Lily. You know? I mean,
But
so
did he
what?
like her a little too much?
If the newbie had a little crush on Lily, no one here would blame him. Least of all, I think even Lily herself. She always seemed to be pretty fond of the kid, for what it's worth herself. So.
All right, like literally mid sentence. That's when I get the bing
Yeah.
and the slightly joking demeanor of a vet letting her shell down, closes back up, and goes, My partner needs to bring me in there to talk to Sam. You're free to go, John. You can have a wonderful rest of your day, relax, and this will most likely be resolved for you and your manager within 24 hours, so you can go back open to business.
I mean, he'll like to hear that. He'll probably want to hear it himself, but yeah. I'll let him know I'm out of here. But you guys take care. And he gets up and walks out into the main, kind of the main area, the main bar, and tells the owner, "Hey, boss, I'm out. I'll see you either later tonight or maybe tomorrow if we don't get things back in order before tonight." And you hear the door shut on the way out. And so at that point, Olsen, you walk through the door, I assume, into the room.
It's a very subtle slide in.
Yep.
The chair that I was using, I tactically left next to the wall. So when the door closes, I put the chair underneath the door handle.
Oh, okay. Yep. So Sam looks up at you and just asks, what's she doing? Why is she here?
I'm sorry, Sam. We have to take you in.
No, you don't. You said you were my friend. You said this wasn't necessary.
And it's at, like, he starts getting rowdy, and at this point it's no words, only brute force of hand-to-hand combat to try and grapple this guy and
Yep.
take a pocket.
Go ahead and open your character sheet for me, and go ahead and grapple him under your combat
I need
tab.
you to know this is thoroughly hurting me to do this.
Oh, I'm sure, actually,
And
I feel a little bad, actually. I will be honest with you. Like,
You played him being so betrayed so well, it hurts my autism, and you're doing a great job, and I hate it. But I love it.
This is just a normal roll or advantage.
We'll give you advantage. I'm willing to give you advantage because this guy is definitely caught off guard by this. Oh baby, that advantage mattered. So yeah, you grab this kid easily. He doesn't even have time to try anything. Just underneath and just put because I assume you'll have handcuffs on you.
It's not even just a pair of handcuffs. It's here's handcuffs and also like an intentional gag rag that I wash every time because I know they're gonna scream. So it's just a blip.
Yeah.
For Fenna and Sam, you don't have time to react, but you can see it on Olsen's face. She hates this just as much as Fenna does. This is
well, no. Here's the thing: Fenna doesn't hate this. Maya hates this.
Maya hates this, yeah. So it doesn't.
Olsen is very
it doesn't bring
realistic.
Olsen any joy to do this. Yeah.
Although
And-
if I were to keep playing Fenna, I would probably be like, this kid was literally doing, as far as I can tell right now, nothing wrong. He was just existing.
I know Fenna. I know.
Yep.
And this is where you
I
can.
didn't say that out loud, but
I know. I'm
Okay.
role playing that bit.
Thank you.
But
So-
a simple whisper in Sam's ear of like, "I'm sorry, kid. You were hopeful."
And he just looks up at you with eyes that are completely devoid of anything except fear. And then he looks back at Fenna, and all you read on him now is utter betrayal. And he just simply says, as he's carted out by Olsen, You're like me. Why? And then is walked out of the room. And
I try to take him out the back door so he doesn't have to.
so the owner
I don't have
doesn't
to walk by the owner.
Yep, fair. All right. So you're taking him
So I
back,
feel
I
like
assume, to your spinner.
He goes out the back door. I would probably go out and explain to the owner, we have to take Sam in for a couple questions. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to discuss anything further. You can close up your shop. And then I would leave.
Yep. And he says, okay, well, hopefully he's helpful to you. And he goes around the shop, locking the doors. And, obviously you aren't there by the time he leaves. I assume you're both back in your spinners and flying off high above the city.
At this point, it's I put Sam in the back of my spinner.
Yep.
And there's a spot specifically made for this to where he can't get out. He can't mess with anything.
Yeah.
And on the fly over there, it's the calling captain going, Captain, this isn't about Lily, but we found another potential N8 on our hands.
And he says, well, that is something very interesting. I hope today's not full of many more surprises. It was just a little bit ago, we got Willem back from the docks. It didn't look so hot. So reconvene here, and we'll figure out what you guys want to do next. Have a little meeting. So
Copy that, Captain.
Yep. So you both get here, and so Fenna and Wilson. So first of all, Wilson, when you land, you are basically you get Sam, down to holding cells where as you walk in, they already have prepared a Voigtkampf machine to have you test this guy as being a replicant. So
Wait, can I do the test? I feel like the character would really want to do the test, and I don't know. I'm feeling masochistic. I want to put myself through this, I guess.
you want to put yourself through this, Maya? Okay,
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
Good
So, yeah.
content or something.
just yeah, because you know me, Maya. I have no empathy at all for my fellow people, and I have just mind for the content.
Yes.
As a streamer
Autism
on
and
Twitch.
empathy, notoriously unrelated.
Notoriously unrelated. Yeah, my autistic self is not bothered at all that you have issues here. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, let me pull this up real quick.
I was gonna say, are there actual rules for doing a Voigtkampf test?
I know there are for doing a baseline test, which is similar. But Voigtkampf is have you beaten 2077?
Yes, but it was a long time ago.
Okay. And you said you've never watched Blade Runner, right? Or you have?
I've watched the first one. I have not
Okay.
watched the second one.
No, that's fine, because Voigtkampf is introduced in the first one. So you remember the battery of questions that start with like, you see a turtle you see a turtle flipped over on its back in the middle of the desert. It is drying out and it is thirsty. It will die if you don't help. Why aren't you helping it? And it's trying to elicit an emotional reaction from the subject. That is a Voigtkampf test. So yeah, that is what we are going to be kind of going through here. So I need to check intelligence. Let's see. It's not spinners. RDU gear. Voigtkampf machine. Hello. Yeah, running an empathy test. So running the Voigtkampf. So this is going to be your afternoon shift, Maya. For running this. So you make a opposed roll for insight against manipulation with disadvantage for the subject. So you would be rolling those things normally. The subject is going to be rolling with disadvantage. So they are going to be rolling just their intelligence, which is a D10. So if the roll fails, the result is inconclusive. Another operator can test subject again, but it'll take another shift of time. So yeah, so you roll your manipulation check, and I will roll for Sam here.
Okay. So I would get him sit down in the machines, and I'm sure he's just looking at me with the most betrayed look.
Oh, he's got contempt written all over his face. Yep, because his hands are still shackled behind him as you're sitting across from him with this Voigtkampf staring him in the face.
And Olsen is in the room as well, but she's looking away, like very, very ashamed of herself.
Yep. And you're watching these two machines. Essentially, in your mind, you're watching one machine betray another. Using
That's literally what's
tools
happening.
of the trade. Yep.
And so I would like sit down and be like, all right, Sam, I just have a couple questions I need to ask you. I need you to answer with the first thought that comes to your mind, okay?
Yep. And he just nods. He doesn't even give you a verbal response.
All right, manipulation.
Yep.
And then he gets disadvantage. I don't get advantage, right?
Right. He gets disadvantage. Yep. And you rolled more successes than he did. So, so you, it doesn't take very long at all for you to come up with the conclusion that Sam is indeed a replicant. And based on the baselines that you are getting, he is the test is basically giving you the readings indicative of a counterfeit Nexus 8, just like you were suspecting.
Okay.
Because Nexus 9s would be far more stable than what this guy is projecting right now.
Well, I'm just writing it down on my notes.
Yep.
I would probably say that to him too, honestly. Just like cold, sterile, understanding that this means he basically gets executed. And it is absolutely terrible that having a high empathy makes you a great Blade Runner, because then you can do the Voight Conf test better.
Yep.
That is disgustingly wonderful.
You're a machine meant to test other things, including other machines.
Rubbing her greedy little hands together. Ooh, I get to send someone to their death today.
Yeah, seriously.
Yep. Get to go ahead and retire a faulty N8. That is what it is in your
Gonna
mind.
die.
So do I just do we retire him on the spot? Is there somewhere that he goes?
So yeah, I mean, they would have a separate area of the station where they would carry out the retirement. Now that they know, like, yep, just a faulty machine.
So yeah, as soon as the test was over, I'd be like, "Congratulations, Sam! You passed the test. You now have the opportunity to make the city a better place than it was before this morning."
And on that
Holy
line,
shit! Oh,
That hurts so much.
after seeing Fenna say that line, because Olsen has seen her do this before.
oh yeah.
For anyone that is watching the cameras of an interview room, Olsen has her hand in her holster. Her finger is on the trigger of just, do I... And Charlie,
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a die. Depending on the result, is gonna depend on what Olsen does.
Okay.
Low
I
roll.
like to imagine Percival is watching this on some form of camera.
So it's gonna be on a D6 here.
Okay.
Low is bad for Sam. High is kind of okay.
Okay.
If it'll... Here.
Hi. What do we got?
Olsen turns the safety back on her pistol and clips the holster closed and leaves the room.
Yep. Yeah, and it's not much longer. As soon as the Voight Conf test is concluded and Fenna's left the room, Olsen would see, as she gets out of the room as well, two lab techs in sterile white clothing come and they take Sam out of there on a gurney, chained to the cold metal. And that's the last we ever see of Sam.
And
I'm a bad person.
and watching Sam be taken away on the gurney, she'll probably meet his eyes one last time as he walks away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a familiar spot that every time this happens, there's like an actual wear mark of her just punching the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the one time she misses the wall and she actually punches the glass of the interview room.
Phew. Wow. Yeah, Prepper Jack. Oh, it's okay. You're not a bad person. You're not a person at all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
You're just a machine. Oh my god. That was the coldest line. Holy fuck. Okay. So we have arrived with all of you,
Hold on.
surprisingly, here at
just-
the evening shift.
I just want to quickly add, theoretically, you can't hold, like, this is a bit of philosophical. You can't hold what Fenna did against her, because if that's what she was built and programmed to do an act, that's not her fault.
No.
So,
yeah.
like, to get mad at Fenna for the fact that she takes joy in making the city a better place, quote unquote, is you got to look at the people who made her.
Well, now
Especially when she goes for like regular screening to make sure she's not deviating.
now we get to explore one of these great elements of cyberpunk literature: is what does it mean to be human? Like,
I would very easily argue that replicants are humans, which is why I feel horrible for what I just
right,
what I just
exactly,
did.
and that's what I'm saying. What makes a human?
It's like a human that you pre-program to act a specific way that benefits you.
Yep.
Oh, just like Republicans.
Oh,
Don't say that. They'll get us canceled.
that'll probably get us hurt on stream. Please don't do that.
I'm sorry.
She couldn't help it. She's already in the depth of her angst. I understand, though. I get it.
But
yeah.
yeah, it's definitely as Olsen is dealing with that entire thing for the rest of her shift. She doesn't do reports. She doesn't do anything.
Okay.
In fact, she takes a nap for the remainder of her second shift. So that way on the third shift she can.
So to take a proper break, it would be a shift. So you could take third shift as your rest shift, because you have to do it one every 4 shifts has to be a rest shift. So if that is where Olsen would be, that is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Olsen is mentally checked out because she literally just found a kid.
Yep.
And now he's gone.
Yep. Absolutely. So let me check one thing here real quick. Fenna just rolling another one just to be sure. Or did someone delete it? Oh no, someone deleted the roll. That would have probably just you, Robert, I assume, right?
Yeah, that was me getting rid of the high-low roll that I did for deciding that.
Why? Let me just check one thing here now real quick. Because I want to...
I like the sound the dice make when they fall on the map.
That is fair. Because I want to see the rules for stress. Let me see.
Just general rule question. If Mr. Almost Died took during like a rest shift, is he able to regain more health? Or how do you go about getting health back?
So it's if you spend a shift just resting, I believe, then it allows you to so recovery on your own. If you're broken, no one is around to help you, you automatically recover 1 point of health after a shift has passed. So downtime and recovery. So they heal 1 lost health for humans, and if you get active medical aid as part of that, then you can get an additional bit of health. There's also a med checker that you can get. Let me see here. Yeah, so you could spend a Chin Yen point, which is the basically the money in this game. So, Robert, if you wanted, you have 6 Chin Yen points. So if you wanted to spend one during your downtime, so if you wanted to take the evening as well as a downtime shift, I'm sorry, did I say Robert? I meant Connor. So Connor, if you wanted to spend the evening shift resting to get some health back, you could spend a Chin Yen in order to heal essentially... Yeah, because you could spend that recovering basically 2 health during the evening. So you'd be 4 out of 5 heading into the night shift.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wait, you only have... Oh, damn, I have 7.
Yeah. You give and
I'm a
take.
frail old man.
Yep. So, there's also... Let me see.
Because I personally think it would maybe be wise if we all took our rests at once. just because after someone who shall continue to go unnamed as long as I speak, who almost died, it would be really inconvenient if someone had one of those instances happen and everyone else was resting or busy.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, everyone could take a rest on the evening because it's been a pretty eventful day, honestly. Willem nearly got killed. The rest of you made a lot of discoveries about leads for where this case could go. So I would understand completely if day one evening shift is everyone's rest. Is that something everyone wants to do?
Evening shift for rest.
Yeah, spend the evening shift of day one resting.
Um,
Because you need to
yeah,
take
for simplicity's sakes, but I do want to go. We got the location of Lily's home. I do want to go there and investigate it.
Okay. Do you want to go
But
there?
if we rest in the evening, we could do it at night.
You could. Yes. Yeah.
And then
'cause
we
it's
could
also...
once again split into 2 teams, and 2 of us could definitely legally enter that bookstore in the middle of the night, and then 2 of you go to our home. Boom.
Yeah, I was thinking that way. That we rest all at the same time. That way, it's not like I'm doing something while nobody else is capable of doing anything because they're resting.
Cool. So, Connor, did you want to spend one of those chin yen points?
Sure.
Cool.
First of all, be
I
like-
also discovered what the difference between adding and subtracting a thing when you click on a field is. If you right-click a field, it'll deduct 1.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Give me like 1 second. I have to go get my glasses cleaner because my glasses are icky.
Sure.
First of all, be like, man, watching you almost die made me hungry. You want to go get dinner?
Yeah. Olsen's form of resting is she goes into the bunk room of the headquarters if there is one. Everyone knows she has a little box. That box has a half empty bottle of what's like synthetic Jack Daniels.
Yeah. Whiskeys exist. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's making temporary friends with that bottle for like an hour.
Yep. Fair.
I also want to point out, I just realized that my character art kind of looks like the guy from Detroit Become Human.
A little bit.
Whoops.
So,
Yeah,
Connor, did you want to modify your sheet, or should I? The chin yen and the health.
I'll add it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you want to go to your inventory and just deduct a chin yen point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like these funny made-up words. Well, technically all words are made up, so...
Yeah. So you all spend the evening resting, kind of contemplating what you discovered in the earlier part of the day. And as night falls over LA, the rain picks up. The sprinkling earlier that was covering the city is now turned into a downpour. And the neon light of the city, namely the center of the city where you all are right now, lights up like an electric bonfire. And with that, our night shift begins. So what are we doing?
Oh, did
team?
we ever get the case file name?
The case file name? I will give that to you in a moment here, because I would need to pull my notes up. But I'll give it to you before the session's over, Maya, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Olsen waking up with a pretty bad headache.
Yep.
Is going to think over where to go next, because she didn't find very many of the leads. All she knows is looking for this one random guy.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna wait to see Fenna to get the information that she might have gotten to formulate a plan for the night shift.
Yep. So you all gather back in what I would assume is one of the common areas of the RDU headquarters to kind of cover the information that all of you have discovered in the earlier parts of the day. So feel free to discuss. So that way, going into the night shift, everyone has an understanding of where your talents would be best applied, shall we say.
So I think, or I want to go to Lily's house and investigate that.
Well, first I'm gonna comment, Willem, you look like fucking shit, bro.
It
Or was
was an eventful shift.
Damn.
Where was your
You're not-
partner?
He was doing what he does best, looking at the body. And I was caught with my pants down.
I think it was a little more than your pants down, but that's regardless. You're alive. What information were you able to find from the boat? Because I know it kind of sounds like you stayed there.
Well, the dock hands manager said that it goes to and from, was it Jamaica, Charlie? Where was it?
No,
The Philippines.
I was close. I was very
No, you
close.
weren't.
No,
I was
my limited
right
knowledge
there.
of the world is you were not anywhere near.
Geographically, I think you could have been further off, actually.
You would have just been better asking, like,
Extremely close.
it comes to San Francisco, right?
You can see why I'm a detective. I'm an ace.
He's delirious. It's okay.
it's,
But yeah,
it's the blood loss.
which is mostly flooded, as you all know. But for some reason, the cargo containers were full of augmented steel machinery that was supposed to be mimicked for implants for humans rather than pets, as it usually is intended.
Sorry, 1 second. I think my cat just threw up. I gotta go check.
Okay, no
Oh.
problem.
Oh man, she has an animoid. Way to go, her.
Brand new Animoid 3.0, now with simulated vomit function.
But all right, so that's what you found on the boat. And then obviously you had a visitor,
Right.
which it's a shame that they got away.
My bad.
It's hey man, it happens.
Hold on.
What about you, Percival?
Hold on. As he says he got away, Percival's gonna slap his foot. He's like, I could have checked the Esper network to tail them with the cameras. Like, referring to the guy who attacked Mr. Almost Died.
Willem.
Yeah, no, I remember his name.
Willem
I
the
just found it more-
friend.
I see what you did there. I'm gonna recap to them what I like. So, well, I was able to unlock her phone, and she has two contacts that go by the name J and S. What was
It
the
was
one? Was
L and
S. L. Backwards J. That's more. But anyways, L and S. That she's had calls with for the past week, and every few days, periodically, she visits this one bookstore that I didn't write the name down in my notes. I'm sorry. Wait, no, maybe I did. Hold on.
I was about to say, it's been brought up a couple times now, and if you didn't...
It was like above table. It was neck and something.
Walter and Necht Antique Books.
There we go. Yeah.
I had half of it. I had written Walter Bookstore
Yeah.
but I spelt it like Walter. I'm gonna fix it next. That she goes there periodically throughout the week. And the last time she went was 48 hours before her before the incident, before Gravity 1.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
And that's all I was really able to discover from her phone and the Esper network. Also, I forgot to ask earlier, Willem, why did you come back soaking wet? You didn't lose that much blood, did you?
The water is wet.
Oh, you fucking in the water? Oh. Okay.
And
Why
that
did
is
you do
why
that?
I was wet as I was in the water. Well, there was a toothbrush, and it became clear to me that the toothbrush had been used after the boat docked.
A+ detective work here.
Thank you. Meaning someone had still been in the docked boat. So I went to look, at which point whoever knew I was looking decided that it was a good time for them to leave. I tried to pursue them. I saw they had a gun, but I didn't want to try to use lethal force. But these brittle bones aren't what they used to be, as you all know. And so he got away and fired some shots while he was running.
Also, Emmerron, you never, I never got the information on the boat names that were supposed to be docked at 2 a.m. I assume that it's going to be the one we already know about. I'm just saying, just for
Yeah, so
leniency.
the name, would come back at the end of the shift that you were discovering. That the one that was supposed to dock there was the Dahlia Rose.
You spelled Dahlia, by the way. I have it in my note.
Yeah, it's DHALIA.
Thank you.
So I would before my cat throwed up,
Mhm.
I was going to say that the cargo on the ship checks out because it looks like Lily is, if not the head, then one of the ringleaders of an underground counterfeit Nexus 8 ring. So those parts would make sense.
And Percival's gonna turn to, God damn it, Fenna. Out of all the characters, the one I made the most jokes about is the name I almost forgot. Turn to Fenna and say, "Well, in your words, good she died, making the city a better place." He's gonna kind of like cringe at his own words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, you said you found her house.
Yeah, we got don't have the specific number, but we know what complex she lives in. It's near the Neplopo.
Well, I'm good at looking at things, as you guys know, so I'll let you people pick where you think I should be looking, either her house or at the bookstore, because I'm assuming we're gonna split into teams because we gotta look for clues, gang.
I'm assuming most of like the forensic evidence is going to be at this bookstore. I don't if she's operating an underground ring of replicants, I don't expect there to be much at her house, but we still have to check anyways.
Well, here's the logic. If she is operating a ring or participating in a ring and people are onto her and they were getting rid of her to cut loose ends, what makes you think that there's anything left at the bookstore?
Well, we don't know.
Which is why
they were getting rid of loose ends, though. We don't know why she was killed yet.
Which is why, reasoning, we should probably send more people to the bookstore just in case people are there doing stuff and we're not running into a 1 versus 5 scenario and we only need one person to go look at her apartment.
You do have a point, because she got the note from one of her accomplices to go straight to the seawall where the ship was landing, and that's where she died.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have Percival just quickly chime in here because he's a little special and say, we actually do know why she died. She hit the ground after falling 4 stories. Just in case you guys didn't get the memo.
Clearly like the ball of you making a joke.
Huh? I wasn't joking. It's because she died.
The ball hit so hard it went over your head. We're moving on.
What ball?
Exactly.
Oh. You were being sarcastic. I get it.
He caught it, guys.
He's a great analyst. Sounds like that killed her to death. Yep. Thanks, Dice.
That normally works, yeah.
But yes, we need more manpower going in pretty quiet at the bookstore, and then one person being really quiet at her apartment. Because obviously it's an apartment building.
Oh, wait, hold on. What are my stats? I'm a B in mobility. Oh wait, no, that would be stealth. I'm a D in stealth. I'm not very sneaky.
But what's your stat under it?
A. So so it would be a D12 plus a D6 for stealth.
Yeah, so it's not too bad.
Oh wow, that's better than me. I'm a D10 and a D6, but if you need any intelligence stats, I'm packing. Supposedly.
So how about this? To make it less suspicious, what does Fenna actually look like? Because Lily was a blonde.
I have dark hair. It looks like from my picture here.
Dang it.
Dye your hair. Duh.
Or a wig, but
Well,
basically.
And Lily wasn't the one with blonde hair. That was the description of the guy who got away from Willem.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we actually don't know what color Lily had because Lily doesn't have a head anymore.
Well, no, I mean, you could see her hair color. Because again, you have a photo of her too. She would have had like brown hair. That like kind of like lighter brown, kind of auburn hair.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't be worried about passing off as Lily. I'll just, I have 7 health. I don't know. I feel like I can shoot somebody and be all right.
Yeah, just trying to think of keeping it quiet.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, at this point, yeah, I know for a fact that I am going to go to the bookstore.
Yeah.
And
I feel like you 3 going to the bookstore and me going to her house is a good plan.
yeah, because I'm pretty sure everyone else has more delicate touch than me, so.
You could also, while at the apartment complex, go door to door and see if you can make the city a better place with everyone you meet.
Well, not if they're people. That doesn't count. That doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you see, that's the fun thing. You can spend the rest of this like mini campaign finding replicants.
But there's no
Well-
reason to expect that there will be other replicants there.
No, but there is, because if she's running a thing building like counterfeit ones, what if that's like a refuge? Like all
I mean,
like
We
because
don't have
then
any
there'd be
evidence to suggest that.
we don't have any evidence to suggest otherwise.
You're an analyst.
I'm
You know
not
that
saying this is
evidence
character.
saying something isn't true doesn't
I'm
mean
not
it's
saying
not
this
true.
is character because he's not that stupid. This is just me doing a bit.
Well,
Well, either way, whoever wants to go to the bookstore, I'm going to be waiting on my spinner.
yeah, I'd go get my spinner to go to her apartment complex,
Okay.
which was Venderton Gardens.
Yep. And Willem and Percival, where are we going? What are we doing?
Let's see. Oh no, what do you want to do, Percival?
I suppose well, 3 of us are going to the bookstore. Now follow with me here. That means me and you also have to go to the bookstore. Otherwise, that's only 1. You see? So I think we're going to the bookstore.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. All right. So the 3 of you, so 2 of you plus Wilson are all going to the bookstore, and Fenna is going alone to the Venderton Gardens apartment complex to
Yes.
see into Lily's apartment. Okay. Very cool. So you all light up your spinners. Yep.
Rules question just
Yep.
before we get into this.
Sure.
Do I have to spend an action to draw my gun in case I see somebody I need to shoot very rapidly?
I don't believe so. No, I think you can.
Is it like Cyberpunk where it's just assumed you can draw your weapon?
Yes, it's assumed you can draw your weapon. Yeah, this
Okay,
this
cool.
game is a lot less crunchy than Cyberpunk as well. So if it makes narrative sense, we just say yeah, that works. Like, yeah. So with that, so Fenna, I'm gonna move you first because you're at the LAPD housing over here. The rest of you actually go up just north here to Hawker's Circle. So the 3 of you are going to probably arrive first because it is the shorter distance. So you all land on the edge of the circle, where there is still some available parking. The weather is keeping people, by and large, kind of huddled under whatever shelter they can find. That being said, this place is still relatively busy. Hawker's Circle is still very much a pretty active market, even at night. So you all get out of your spinners, walk into the marketplace, and how would you like to navigate, I guess, trying to enter the bookstore here?
I'm assuming it's closed.
So during the night, it depends how deep into the night you want to go. I would imagine at some point, if not now, it will be in a bit before the shift is over for sure. And what is the? Hold on, I'm trying to read that username. Trek Wars and Fantasy Trek. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome.
So when we land, because I took everyone in my spinner, unless they are like one-person vehicles.
I think
No,
that's two people.
they're multi-people vehicles. Yeah, you can fit at least 4 people in a spinner.
I'm just gonna say, for analyst's sake, that I took my own just in case I need to run back to use the analyst fucking tools again.
Yeah,
To say we're Americans. It is 1 person per car. That's still too many.
I love car-dependent societies. More traffic lanes. 12 lanes of traffic. It will solve all the
I
problems.
mean, this
Just
is
another lane, bro.
This is the 3D lane above you now that you can use.
Just add another air lane, bro. It'll
Exactly.
fix traffic. I
So-
swear.
just
with
add more air.
taking Willem, I have donned a very ratty and very dirty duster trench coat with a hood.
Oh, the second seat is for your detainee. Ah, that makes sense. So you each would take a spinner. Yep.
So assuming off what you said, the bookstore, we can just walk in because it's not closed yet. It's getting close to closing.
Yeah, it's when you guys arrive there, it's probably about, because the evening shift goes from about 5 to about probably 9, where it's that kind of late part where the restaurants in a typical city are going to start to close down at the end of that shift, essentially. So we're looking at you all arriving here somewhere probably around like between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening. And so as you arrive there, they are beginning to prepare the shop to close. You could see through the windows, people moving around inside. It is your call how you want to do things from here.
Olsen, seeing the bookstore, she's going to just kind of take the initiative, and she's going to gently open up the door and walk into the bookstore
Mm-hmm.
and go, "Sorry guys, are you I'm sorry to catch you guys. You're closing, but do you mind if I just take a quick browse to get out of the rain, like maybe a minute or 2?"
Ooh, that's pretty good. And so they look at you and they say, I mean, sure, we're definitely going to be closing up, and you can see the attendants here are just a kindly older man and woman looking at you. And they're, just kind of like beginning to close up several, shelves and things like that. Running essentially, they've got shelves that have like cabinets. You can almost think about them like cabinet doors over them. And you can see them walking around kind of like locking those up with some of the more expensive books on the edges of the shop. But they say, yeah, I mean, as long as you don't take too long, we are going to close here in about half an hour.
Okay, thank you. And at that point, I'm going to avoid walking around their cabinets, and I'm just kind of walk through the shelves.
Okay.
And this is effectively where I'll ping Willem and go. All right, we got 30 minutes. I am making a distraction. Find a back door.
I actually have an idea for, because Percival's not going to use it back now because he's smart but not smart. He's intelligent, not wise. But I do have a plan on how I can get in and maybe get information.
All right,
Sure.
then hit me.
So Percival's gonna purposely wait like a minute or two, after you went in to make it not obviously, that the boys are back in town. And he's gonna walk in and say, okay, hey, I see that you're closing, but I didn't have any time before. A friend of mine, oh, my brain just shut down.
Turn Lily.
Yeah, I was opening my notes because my brain was like, oh, Lillard.
Mommy
uh,
Lilith from Diablo 4.
Yeah. A friend of mine named Lily recommended this bookstore to me and said you could help me find some stuff I'm looking for. Am I at the right place? Does that name ring a bell?
And the two of them glance at each other briefly. And they look back at you. They say, if you know Lily, then we'll of course be happy to help. What are you looking for?
That worked too well. But guys, help. Out of character help. What's something I could say that would sound be specific enough to sound like I'm looking for something possibly illegal, but be non-specific enough to not directly be naming an illegal substance.
You could ask about the books on the history of marginalized and oppressed peoples.
That's not bad. I will ask.
Or you're looking for some kind of way of helping preserve an anemoid that just recently passed or something.
Ooh, I know what I would. I'm gonna combine kind of those two ideas. I'm just
Sure.
forming the sentence in my head. I'm looking for books on how to help preserve endangered species that are being hunted to extinction.
All right.
I like that. That was
yeah,
good. That was
that
very
is
good.
that. I also really like that. That's very, very clever. Okay, so they look at one another again, and they say, "Were you looking for those species coming out of the western or eastern part of North America?"
Oh shit! This is when I wish I knew more lore of the universe. Okay, so we're in the western side, right?
So you guys are. I mean, it's LA.
Yeah. Okay. So,
But you know that the docks are off to the west, roughly southwest.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was thinking.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna say, I mean, the east is interesting, but I've always been more interested in the west.
And they say, if you simply find your way to the think how they would phrase this, because it's kind of a similar thing to what you're doing, right? That I've got to do in my own mind.
It's not. Movies make it look so easy.
Well, that's good script writers, which is why they're on strike right now, because they definitely deserve to be paid for this shit.
Yes.
So they simply say, if you find your way back to the section on a natural history of the Americas, we have a natural history section. It's quite extensive. I think you might find a way to the knowledge you're seeking if you just investigate some of those books.
I beg of you, please be at like a hidden door where I pull a book and it opens. If that's not what you're hinting at, I'm gonna be very disappointed. So Swivel's gonna say, thank you for your help, and like casually walk his way over there.
Mm-hmm. So at this point, yeah, Olsen, what were you gonna say?
Oh, this is seeing all this happen. It's like Well, Percival got wild hair up his butt. Willem, find a way in here, like now.
Okay. Is it possible for me to just walk in?
Yeah, I mean the door's open.
Sweet. I'll just
So now you walk in and declare that you're LAPD.
All right, Blade Runners, we found you. Hands up.
He's too drunk. You're too drunk and injured to give a shit for espionage.
Fair. Okay.
So Willem, you walk through the front door, and the two look at you, and they say, "Well, we aren't always very busy this time of night. I hope you realize we're closing up in just a few moments here."
I'll just say 3 customers is busy for you. I feel bad.
But damn.
10 p.m. is not exactly when we expect our clientele.
I'll just walk past and start making my way.
And they'll be like, I
And-
gotta take a shit.
And this is where I'm going to try a really bad roll, but I would like to try and stealthily follow Percival.
Okay, bet. Let's see what the stealth roll is for you. Sneaking around.
A D10 plus a D6.
That's
Not terrible.
That's bad.
Would
Would
you like to attempt to push that roll?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
So yeah, so you dip into a fairly crowded section of books near the back corner of the store, not too far from the one that the set that Percival's headed to. You actively have to essentially catch yourself as one of the attendants kind of walks near you enough that you are left with very few options other than to quite literally duck yourself behind one of the nearby shelves, and it causes you to essentially like pull a muscle just from how quick you're forced to react. Your body's not used to doing this kind of thing for itself, but you are able to stay incredibly quiet to the point that once they're past, and Percival you could see walking up alongside you. Percival, you examine the bookshelf here, and you are seeing there's quite a few books on the subject of natural history for the North Americas. You find there are a few right on the very edge of one of the shelves discussing the rise of anemoids and the effects it has had on the ecosystem of the continent. And one of them looks just ever so slightly out of place.
I'm gonna touch it.
And so you touch it, but are you doing anything with it?
No, he just walks up, pets it, and then walks away.
It's just, hello.
No, he's saying, hello.
Hello, book.
And then, is it me you're looking for? He's gonna, like, pretend that he's browsing the selection, but not actually read any of the books until he comes across those, and then he's gonna go, like, make, like, a facial expression of, like, aha, but not say anything, and, like, try to take the book off of the shelf.
Yep. And so as you do, you hear a small latch click. And it is not in front of you, maybe as you're expecting for this to slide out of the way, but under your feet, you actually feel a tiny pop as you notice, as you glance down, the very hidden outline in the floorboards of the store of what appears to be some kind of disguised trapdoor.
I was muted. Ah, is all I said though. He's going to, as discreetly as possible. Well, it doesn't matter if anyone sees me do it because the only people here are the people who know. So yes, I'm gonna go through the trap door, but purposely like, is it on a ladder or like, is it on a ladder? Under it, is it a ladder or a staircase?
It is a kind of like one of those steep kind of half, like think ladders. If you are pulling one down from like a ceiling to access an attic, it's kind of similar to that, where it's kind of that step ladder.
Okay. He's going to, as he gets on the ladder, before going down the rungs, use one of his hands to like leave the door just propped open enough for,
Wilson to notice.
Yeah, Olsen. To come over and slide in after him. So he doesn't
Not to
feel it.
interrupt, but Connor wanted me to let you know that he's gone to bed, Charlie.
Oh, he's going to bed?
Yeah.
Womp.
Womp. Then why did he keep his character in here? That is goofy. Okay. Let me hold up. Oh, that's fun.
And/or his character passes out from alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
Just I gotta go back to the hospital.
I just wanted to double check here to see if I wanted to see if he had texted me at all, and he didn't. Okay.
He said he sent you a couple messages.
Did it? Maybe it was on Discord. Oh, that's fine.
Probably.
Hold up. I just made a discovery that's not great. Namely that the front bracket of my keyboard tray is undone. That's great. That's awesome. I'm going to need to repair that probably sooner rather than later. Here is a question then for everybody, because I know if he has to go to bed. Let me check here. I do believe it's bedtime for Connor as possible. I'll make an exit. So okay. So
his character suffers cardiac arrest.
Well, now I'm thinking of the best way to do this, because we are not near the end of this case, and I know it is getting late. And Maya, I know you're over on the East Coast, so for you it's especially late.
I'm not tired. I'll be honest with you.
That is good, and I appreciate that. But if we're gonna be short one of the
you're
runners,
in the future?
if we are gonna be short one of the runners, or it's especially early, exactly, Mark. What we could do is schedule time next weekend, potentially, to wrap this up.
I will be free. You guys can basically pick any time, and I should be available. And if not, I'll make time. But as long as it's not Monday, because Monday I'm leaving the country, so that would make things a little awkward.
No,
like not this Monday, next Monday.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Monday because I usually do Neon Inferno on Monday anyway.
So yeah.
So
I am free for whenever then. If that's I'm fine with putting a pin here. That's no biggie.
Okay.
Let's take it to a vote.
Yeah. So Maya and Robert, how do next Saturday look for either of you?
That's next Saturday is the 17th.
Yes.
Yeah, that should work because Manhattan Pride's not till the week after.
Okay.
So yeah, that should work fine.
I thought you were about to say the Manhattan Project isn't until the what?
But yes, the 17th, I will be here early this time.
We will make sure that you are here on time. Good.
But I just want to say, out of character, I used all of my remaining brain cells to come up with that line about extinct species.
You did a great job doing that, though. I will text Connor and I'll check if he's available. If not, we can.
I can just play two characters, easy.
Yeah, I mean, I can run Willem until we hit a good point where we can kind of separate him off. One thing though that we can do here before we separate for the night officially, as I fix my keyboard tray here on stream for you all, in your pleasure of hearing maybe a screwdriver hit wood here a couple times. Okay, we did it. We're good. It's fixed. The fact that exact size screwdriver ready to go here really says what a problem this is. So, with that said, Maya, let's go ahead and cover Lily's residence. Because the rest of you,
Okay.
we can wait until next week to resolve it.
Mhm.
But let's do Lily's residence at least right now. So that way we have that going for us. So I will, here, before we do that, let me just message Connor really quick.
So legit real talk.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, Charlie.
Yep.
Holy crap! I did not expect a storytelling system like this to be so much fun.
Seriously,
Year
this
Zero
is so much
great.
more fun than I expected, and
glad.
I expected a lot.
I'm glad.
See, I'm gonna say it's really fun. I'm gonna be 100%. The reason my notes are so shit is because in that section where we were focusing on stuff, I literally fell asleep in my chair,
Oh no.
and like I woke up almost falling out of the chair, which is not a fault of your own. It's just like ADHD brain.
Yeah. It's all good.
But every bit where I've been doing things is incredibly entertaining, and not to compare like this is better than this. I personally find this more enjoyable than Cyborg.
Oh yeah, I
So-
mean they're different kinds of games entirely too.
Yeah.
Year Zero is just built for narrative. So it's like, do you want to play a narrative game or do you want to play a game that you could literally roll a gig up and like run in 5 minutes? That's Cyborg.
How do I word this without like sounding rude?
You're gonna sound rude to me either way, so just accept that and it's fine.
Shut up. I'm an incredibly polite and thoughtful person. You know this. This scratches the like narrative but open-ended enough itch that I thought Cyborg was gonna scratch, because Cyborg, if it's
Fair.
like the thing of like you're all drunk, you want to play a tabletop, you play Cyborg.
Yeah.
It has its niche. It's just this is more what I expected Cyborg to be, if that makes sense.
No, I mean that's fair. I mean they're both done by Free League, so I think they're there to kind of scratch different ends of that problem. Because I think like you can lean a tabletop game one way or the other, right? You can either have a game that's incredibly narrative based, and then it has very little in the way of rules, or you have a game that is very mechanically based, even though it's light, which is kind of what Cyborg is, and then like it's very flavorful mechanics, but it is almost all mechanics. The story in that game and the narrative of it is very light by comparison. And if you've learned one Year Zero engine, you can now play other Year Zero games like The Walking Dead, which comes out later this year, The One Ring, which we also have a copy of that we will play at some point.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and
Twilight
Cyborg is not Year Zero.
2000 for no reason at all.
Twilight 2000, certainly not because Maya's deeply honed autism has been screaming at her to play that game for the last like
Yeah, definitely
week
not.
straight.
What Twilight are we talking about?
Twilight 2000
2001.
is so it's Twilight 2000 is a tabletop game based in it's pretty much a post-apocalypse at the end of World War III, assuming that World War III happened in the year 2000 essentially.
I am joining Maya on that hyper-focused autism train. You had me at World War anything.
Yeah.
No, see, I had two thoughts, and they both were not optimal in my head. It was like either the Twilight Zones, and I was gonna be like, how? Or, like, Twilight, what most people think of when you say Twilight, and I was like, oh.
No, the Year Zero game that is like Twilight Zone based is Tales from the Loop, which is a little like Stranger Things in the Year Zero engine.
Don't ever compare Twilight Zone to Stranger Things ever again. Thank you, Blue.
Yeah, except it's giant science facility, and this is the story of the people who live near it and all the shit that happens to them, and it gets pretty weird. So it's like the two kind of meet in the middle, which is pretty neat. But yeah, as far as this goes, so Maya, let's go ahead and resolve what you're gonna find here, unless you would rather save that for next time.
We can do that.
Okay. So, because if you'd rather save it for next time, that way we have everyone here to kind of take advantage of that knowledge as well. Because I know Connor won't get any of this otherwise.
That is a good point.
Yep.
And I concede that is a better idea.
Okay. Yeah, I don't particularly want to go one way over the other, but yeah, that'll probably be a good idea then. So we will plan on doing this next Saturday then. If that same time works for everybody, I know everyone should be able to come. I'll just double check with Connor, and if he's not able to make it, then we can compromise one way or another. For the record, Alien RPG is year 02. Other than Blade Runner, it's the main one you want to play. Bet dice. Yeah, we might have to run
I really want to play
game.
Alien too.
I have a copy of it, so we can do it.
World War III, that never happened.
Yep.
That hasn't happened yet. Yeah. That. Oh my God! Imagine the irony. After World War III, people are playing Twilight 2000
yeah.
and comparing like, yeah, this is pretty accurate to what happened.
Yep.
This mechanic for irradiated poisoning doesn't really line up.
Oh,
with
Charlie,
how it
what was the case file name?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the case file name is going to be, because I actually didn't make a case file name for this one. So that was the thing I was thinking. Oh, by the end I'll probably have it.
Down.
I probably do have a name for it or not. Problem is I still don't have a name for it. So I
Can I come
will.
up with one?
Yeah, I'm not going to do it on the spot well. So I want to at least give that one some proper attention in the next bit here. So I will message you with it as soon as I have one. That is super.
Please also send it to me, but for now I'm gonna name it The Tragedy of Lily.
Yeah,
the
that's,
Wise.
That's fair.
That's not a reference to anything, I swear.
That is fair. But yeah, I think, guys, we are going to wrap stream here. So for everyone who has come in and hung out with us, not at all limited to, but definitely including Dice, who got me on this train to begin with. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for everyone following. Again, Trek, Dragon, Motivated Jackal, Grim. Thank you for the follows, for the raids. I appreciate that all of you are here. We will be back on channel here on Monday at the latest. I may go live for a short time tomorrow to talk about Phantom Liberty news. Assuming we get some of that, I will have to see. If not, I will definitely make a video about it because I am extremely interested in what Phantom Liberty is looking like. But otherwise, we'll be back Monday with Neon Inferno, episode 19, which I have some work to do tomorrow. So that'll be the one thing that maybe keeps me from streaming again. But I hope you all have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I hope you all stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you guys very soon. Peace.